Bismillah.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Before we start, I would like to announce some housekeeping notes. First, we would like to request all the speakers and panelists to mute their microphone and only unmute it during your sessions or your presentation slot, or when you would like to make an intervention. And panelists should also turn off the video and only open it when you would like to present or if we ask you to do so. Also, kindly make sure your internet connections, audio, microphone works well, and also to reduce the background noises anytime. And last, for all participants joining through Zoom, you can also use the chat room feature if you have any inquiries. We will begin this forum. Again, a pleasant good morning to you all. My name is Dinta from the ASEAN Center for Energy, and it is an honor for me to be an MC for today's forum. Welcome to the third Government-Private Forum on the Cleaner Energy Future Initiative for ASEAN or CEFIA. This forum was one of the milestones under the CEFIA initiative, which was first initiated by governments of Japan and welcomed by the 16 ASEAN+3 Ministers on Energy meeting in Bangkok in 2019. This third edition of CEFIA Forum is the continuations of the successful previous fora and will again serve as a platform to facilitate collaborations between public and private sectors in the deployments of cleaner energy and technology in the ASEAN region. This forum is hosted by the Energy Commissions of Malaysia in cooperation with the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry Japan, with the assistance from the ASEAN Center for Energy. Without further ado, let me start today's forum with the first opening remarks by the Excellency Dr. Zurina Pawante, Secretary General of the Ministers of the Energy and Natural Resource Malaysia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. First and foremost, allow me to convey my heartfelt appreciation to the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry Japan, Energy Commission, and ASEAN Center for Energy for organizing the third CEFIA Forum today. Malaysia acknowledged CEFIA as the avenue for our stakeholders and industry players to discuss matters on industry insights, potential investments, as well as business and networking opportunities in the energy-related sector, particularly in our efforts to transition our energy sector towards a lower carbon pathway. CEFIA serves as a platform to facilitate collaboration between public and private sectors in the deployment of cleaner energy and low carbon technologies in the ASEAN region. Hence, it is an honor for me to have this opportunity to engage with energy professionals and experts in ASEAN and ASEAN+3 countries. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we have witnessed in recent years, a major shift is taking place in the energy landscape at the global level. Many countries are embarking on efforts to transition their power sector towards a lower carbon pathway. As part of the global community, Malaysia, together with the ASEAN member states, are playing our part to ensure our policies and programs are aligned with the climate agenda. In the ASEAN region, there is a pressing need to facilitate ASEAN's energy transition, to sustain economic growth, and to improve lives that are the most vulnerable to climate change. Hence, we must look for our sustainable ways to grow our economies by ensuring that our growth does not come at the expense of our environment or people. Staying true to the theme, accelerating energy transition and strengthening energy resilience through greater innovation and cooperation, the ASEAN Plan of Action Energy Cooperation, or APAEC Phase 2, 2021 to 2025, has outlined ASEAN's aspirational targets to accelerate energy transition in the region, namely 23% of renewable energy shares in total primary energy supply, 35% share of RE in ASEAN installed power capacity, 32% of energy intensity reduction compared to the 2005 level by the year 2025. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia's aspiration to achieve net zero GHG emissions by 2050 was announced last year by our Prime Minister prior to the 26th United Nations Climate Change Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Furthermore, Malaysia has submitted its revised nationally determined contribution, where we intend to unconditionally reduce economy-wide carbon intensity against GDP of 45% by 2030 compared to 2005 levels. Recognizing the power sector's vital role in achieving these targets, Malaysia has charted a lower carbon pathway by introducing various policy interventions and initiatives to transition its power sector. Among the policy targets for the power sector is to achieve 31% of renewable energy in our installed capacity in 2025 and 40% in 2035. To achieve these RE targets, we are guided by the Malaysia Renewable Energy Roadmap, or MIRA, which was launched at the end of 2021. MIRA outlines related strategies in accelerating RE deployment in Malaysia until 2035. Among others, the document provides the strategic framework as Malaysia transitions towards a low-carbon energy system. The ultimate goal of MIRA is to enable Malaysia to increase its RE capacity with a balanced approach while fulfilling our country's climate commitments. With the increase in RE capacity, we project that there will be a reduction of 45% in carbon intensity per GDP in 2025 and a further 60% in 2035 compared to the levels in 2005. Recognizing the increased demand for green electricity among corporations with ESG commitments, Malaysia has introduced the Green Electricity Tariff, which allows consumers to purchase green electricity supply. This program allows members of the public and companies in Malaysia to reduce their carbon footprints in electricity consumption by subscribing to the Green Electricity Tariff at a mere additional cost of 3.7 Malaysian cent per kilowatt hour or 8.8 US cent per kilowatt hour. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, Malaysia, together with our ASEAN colleagues, are committed to reducing our power sector emissions as we journey towards a lower carbon pathway. However, there are numerous challenges to achieve our sustainable energy goals. With the support of various dialogue partners and international organizations, Malaysia will be able to realize these targets. Beyond the ASEAN borders, we look forward to deepen our collaboration with our dialogue partners and international organizations to work towards implementing the APAIC. Such global energy cooperation is increasingly important in maintaining energy security, facilitating international partnerships, and shaping a sustainable energy future. Therefore, it is my sincere hope that the ASEAN countries will continue to have this engagement as it provides a platform to reflect on our existing cooperation and explore potential areas of cooperation in the energy sector as we transition our energy systems for the betterment of our future generations. On behalf of the Government of Malaysia, I wish all of you a fruitful and successful program. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And for the second remarks, please welcome Dr. Nuki Agia Utama, the Executive Directors of the ASEAN Center for Energy, or ACE. Dr. Nuki, the time is yours.
Your Excellency, Zurina Pawante, the Secretary General of Ministers of Energy and Natural Resource Malaysia, Your Excellency, Mr. Ishii Masahiro, State Ministers of Economy, Trade and Industry Japan, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. On behalf of the ASEAN Center for Energy, it is my great pleasure and honor for me to welcome you all to this third government-private forum on cleaner energy initiative for ASEAN, or in short, we call it CEFIA. Firstly, I would like to express my appreciation and convey my gratitude to Energy Commission, Government of Malaysia, as the host of today's event. And I would like to sincerely thank Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry Japan for the continuous support, particularly for this CEFIA initiative and great friendship with ASEAN. Not to forget to thank and appreciate Mitsubishi Research Institute as co-organizer of this event for excellent support on this initiative and activities. I would like also thank to all participants for taking time out of your very busy schedules to participate in this exciting forum. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, there have been a wide variety of cooperative activities which supported ASEAN's goal on energy security, accessibility, affordability, and sustainability. And one of the remarkable initiatives that has brought impact to the region is this forum. After its first initiation by Japan, Cleaner Energy Future Initiative for ASEAN, or CEFIA, has served the regions as a platform to facilitate collaboration between public and private sectors for accelerating the deployment of cleaner energy and low carbon technology in ASEAN region. Under the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation, Phase 2, 2021-2025, ASEAN has set ambitious aspirational targets on renewable energy and energy efficiency and conservation sectors. In renewable energy, we aim to reach 23% share of RE in the total primary energy supply by 2025. As of 2019, the regional RE share achieved approximately almost 14%, in TPS or total primary energy supply. The status indicate that ASEAN still need to significantly step up efforts to address the gaps and to deploy more RE projects in order to meet the approximate 10% shortfall. Meanwhile, in the energy efficiency and conservation area, the 21% energy intensity reduction has been achieved by the region in 2018 based on 2005 levels. And ASEAN agreed to the new target of 32% energy intensity reduction by 2025. This more aggressive aspirational target for RE and ENC are the key components of our energy future and crucial to ensure the energy security and sustainability, as the demand for energy will grow significantly while the global pressure to shift to cleaner, lower carbon energy system, which is also happening to address the global climate change issues. Ladies and gentlemen, the transition to cleaner and sustainable energy will require critical thinking by the decision makers in terms of creating an enabling environment through supportive policies and regulatory frameworks, partnership, and the involvement of a broad range of stakeholders. Some key derivatives have been also included for the region's energy sector development. Amongst others are the inclusion of new and emerging technologies and digitalization in energy sectors, including hydrogen technology and, of course, the energy storage. And the energy investment and financing projects and the inclusion of private sectors, including business forum activities, also importantly. Financing the clean energy development will require collaboration among different stakeholders, including the financial institution. We might have known the important roles of private sectors and financial institutions in the deployment of RE and ENC projects in terms of more innovative options, cost efficiency, and also financing. Therefore, government needs to create enabling and supporting policy and regulatory frameworks to promote commercial investment, which can also facilitate the private sectors. This kind of forum then will be really beneficial as a platform of knowledge sharing among the key stakeholders to discuss challenges and opportunities in their side in terms of their contribution to the clean energy developments to assist government of ASEAN. Moreover, we are really pleased to finally launch the project management unit of CEFIA this year, which will be established in ACE and consists of the representative from ACE, METI, and MRI. And through this establishment, we hope that the upcoming CEFIA collaboration roadmap can be drafted thoroughly and can result more innovative solutions and activities moving forward. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that this CEFIA forum will be a platform where data, information, good practices are collected and shared, and also as a bridge between ASEAN+3 government officials, international organizations, universities, and private companies for collaborative efforts to drive business activities with innovative cleaner energy technology, as well as for sure to be as a catalyst to accelerate green finance and investment. I'm sure that our cooperation and this meeting will help us not only to drive forward the energy transition, but also help achieving for economic recovery, as well as to addressing the climate change for sustainable development in Southeast Asia. Lastly, I really wish each of every participants can gain more valuable insight from this forum and look forward to the success of the meeting. Thank you very much and stay safe.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nuki. Now, next, we will have a special remarks by Mr. Ishii Masahiro, the State Ministers of Economy, Trade and Industry, Japan.
スラマッパギ経済産業副大臣の石井正弘です。まずはじめに第3回セフィア官民フォーラムの開催にご尽力いただいたマレーシア政府 ASEAN センター・フォー・エナジーの皆様に心より感謝申し上げます。また参加者の皆様におかれましてもご出席を賜り心より御礼申し上げます。昨今世界中で気候変動問題に対する取り組みが加速しています。昨年11月、英国にて開催された COP26 において、岸田総理は世界の脱炭素化に向け、高い野心を持って共に全力を尽くしていくことを各国に呼びかけました。世界が脱炭素化に向かう中で、成長著しいアジアの取り組み、特にエネルギー分野の脱炭素化は、ぜひとも達成しなければならない目標です。先の COP26 でも、岸田総理はアジアを中心に再生可能エネルギーを最大限導入しながら、クリーンエネルギーへの移行を推進し、脱炭素社会を作り上げる旨を表明したところであります。アジアにおける脱炭素化の実現に向け、我が国は昨年5月、アジアエネルギートランジションイニシアティブ 80を立ち上げました。今後、80を通じ、ロードマップ策定、資金動員、人材育成といった幅広い支援を強化していく考えです。ASEAN 地域におけるエネルギー分野の脱炭素化を目指して、2019年に発足したセフィアも、80の一環としてますますその活動を充実させています。中核をなすのは、省エネルギー促進や再生可能エネルギー導入拡大のための具体的なプロジェクトの推進です。現在、実質的にエネルギーを消費しないビルの建築、IoT を活用した工場設備、ビル等の最適制御、島嶼部における再生可能エネルギーを活用したマイクログリッド構築という3つのプロジェクトが進行しています。これらは来年以降、具体的な CO2 排出削減につながっていく予定です。本日の会合では、これらプロジェクトにおけるこの1年間の進展をダイナミックな形で皆様にお見せしたいと思います。また、具体的なプロジェクトについては、本年以降、新規案件の蘇生等により、量的にも、また質的にも一層の拡大を図っていく考えです。一つの目安として、2025年までに合計60億円規模のプロジェクトを実施し、これにより合計100万トン規模の CO2 排出削減に貢献していきたいと考えています。もう一つ欠くことのできない要素として、脱炭素技術に対する資金動員の拡充が挙げられます。脱炭素化は1日で達成されるものではなく、国情に応じた現実的な移行期間を経ながら実現していくものです。このため、日本では現時点でのグリーン化だけではなく、最終的な脱炭素の到着点も含め、動的な視点でトランジションファイナンスの普及推進を進めています。さまざまな道筋の選択肢を広げるためには、研究開発等を通じたイノベーションの創出や、これも含めた 脱炭素に向けたトランジションに対して円滑に資金供給されることが大変重要です。本日の会合では資金動員に特化したセッションを予定しており、脱炭素化に向けた移行段階におけるファイナンスの在り方について議論がなされます。国際金融機関、ASEAN における地場銀行、日本の金融機関、また資金提供を受ける民間企業など、様々な立場から知見や経験が共有されることを期待しています。また、ASEAN におけるエネルギー行動計画である APEC への貢献を目指し、現在、具体的な道筋を示した工程表を作成しているところです。プロジェクトの削減量を定量化し、ASEAN の皆様に対して見える化していく考えです。本日のフォーラムは ASEAN の皆様のご協力があって初めて開催できるものです。新型コロナウイルスの流行前は、私もマレーシアといった ASEAN 諸国を訪れ、素晴らしい経験をさせていただきました。以前のように ASEAN 諸国を訪れ、皆様と顔を合わせながら議論ができないことは大変残念ではありますが、オンラインで最大限の感謝を表したいと思います。一刻も早くコロナ禍が収束し、CEFIAにおける皆様との協力がより一層加速することを期待をし、私の挨拶とさせていただきます。
Thank you very much for all the representatives for the opening remarks. So before we start the presentations, let's welcome also the official launch of the project management unit of CEFIA in these great occasions. So the PMU of CEFIA is established at the ASEAN Center for Energy headquarters, which consists of the ACE staff and representatives designated by the Ministries of Economy, Trade and Industry, Japan. The PMU of CEFIA is expected to play significant roles, including but not limited to communicate and coordinate with the wide range of stakeholders, including governments, private sectors, universities, and relevant agencies in the ASEAN+3 countries, as well as the international organizations. And also the PMU will support smooth and effective operations of CEFIA programs and activities, including CEFIA flagship projects. The PMU will also evaluate and monitors the progress of CEFIA programs and activities, and also identify a room for improvements and draft progress reports that spelling out challenges, solutions, and recommendations. Later, the PMU will also provide administrative and technical support to the host country in organizing the next CEFIA forum meetings and other relevant events under CEFIA initiative, including preparations, moderations, and reporting. Once again, please join me to congratulate the launching of the CEFIA PMU, and we hope that moving forward, we can continue to ensure the significant impacts and contributions of CEFIA initiative in the overall region's goals towards sustainable clean energy system. Now, to warm up this today's forum, there will be two intro presentations from ACE and METI Japan. For the first presentations, which is the review of the second CEFIA Forum progress on the developments of CEFIA collaboration roadmap and alignment in the APEC Phase 2 2021-2025, it will be jointly presented by my colleague Shania and me. And now I would like to call first my colleague Ms. Shania to present the first part of these presentations. Please, Ms. Shania, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Linta, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I will now be presenting the review of the second CEFIA Forum and the CEFIA collaboration roadmap in alignment with APEC Phase 2. Next slide, please. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yes, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Clean Energy Future Initiatives for ASEAN, or short for CEFIA, it was firstly proposed and welcomed during the 16th ASEAN+3 meeting of Energy Ministers in Thailand back in September 2019. And it was developed to serve as a platform to facilitate collaboration between the public and private sectors in deployment of cleaner energy and low carbon technologies in the ASEAN region. And more specifically, CEFIA has 4 objectives as shown on the screen. First, it is as a platform to showcase the best practices, challenges, and solutions to cleaner energy. And second, it is a workplace for public and private sector to initiate cooperation through projects and activities. It is also a data bank and as a catalyst to trigger ideas and supports to accelerate the deployment and development of cleaner energy technologies in ASEAN. And finally, it is also a linchpin to advance technology deployment through public-private partnership. And last year, the second CEFIA Forum was virtually held on February 2, and it was hosted by the Ministry of Energy of the Government of Thailand. It was also attended by 227 participants, all from the government officials, private sectors, and international organizations. And it featured 3 sessions, namely on flagship projects, APEC Phase 2, and CEFIA activities, and the mobilization of finance for decarbonization pathways. The next slide shows the key takeaways from the 3 sessions of the second CEFIA Forum. During the flagship project session, two new flagship projects were proposed. The first one being the ASEAN-wide collaboration on cleaner finance. And so as financing is one of ASEAN's critical challenges towards achieving a low-carbon economy, this initiative will support financing and investments in the low-carbon business. And the second flagship project candidate is the high efficiency mobile air conditioners, or HMAC. And this is useful because it will further reduce GHG emissions, especially in the ASEAN's transportation sector. Furthermore, we also witnessed the signing of Memorandum of Cooperation between Asia Development Bank and METI of Japan, where they agreed to support CEFIA by the sharing of good practices, providing innovative solution, and implementing joint renewable energy and energy efficiency and conservation activities. During session 3 on mobilization of finance for decarbonization pathways, the forum noted that government will play an essential role in developing enabling environments for cleaner energy finance, and that transition finance will also play a role in providing finance to broader industries to transition to a more sustainable society. And finally, measuring carbon footprint in a portfolio, although challenging, it is also effective in reducing it for financial institutions. Other summary and key actions were also noted from the forum, where it was highlighted that energy sector is crucial in the post-pandemic economic recovery, and that it needed to be done sustainably, and that partnership will be a key enabler for this. And priorities will include, among others, energy resilience, renewable energy, grid integration, technology innovation, financing, energy intensity reduction, and so forth. And more specifically on CEFIA, CEFIA's activities, including the CEFIA collaboration roadmap, can contribute to the APEC program areas through visualization of climate impact, finance, and flagship projects. And finally, on the next slide, we see the way forward from the second CEFIA forum, and this comprised of materializing flagship projects to identify the actual contribution to the energy transition in ASEAN, develop a CEFIA collaboration roadmap for CEFIA's contribution to APEC Phase 2, which will be explained by Ms. Dinta later on, continue relevant work on transition finance and visualization of carbon footprint reduction in energy sector, continue working with METI Japan and Asia Development Bank, which will operationalize their memorandum of cooperation, and finally to finalize the CEFIA mission statement for endorsement in 2022. Now, before we go into detail on the CEFIA collaboration roadmap and its alignment with APEC Phase 2, let us firstly briefly discuss what is the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation, or APEC, and what it entails. If you go to the next slide, please. Thank you. APEC is a series of guiding policy documents that aims to promote multilateral energy cooperation and integration to attain the goals of the ASEAN Economic Community. And it is also sculpted by the global energy trends and its main theme and sub-theme, as you can see on the screen. If you go to the next slide, we see the 7 program areas with each of its respective key strategies of the APEC Phase 2. We have the ASEAN Power Grid, which aims to expand regional multilateral electricity trading, strengthen grid resilience and modernization, promote renewable energy integration. We have the Trans-ASEAN Gas Pipeline to pursue development of a common gas market. We have the clean coal technology. We have the energy efficiency and conservation, which aims to reduce energy intensity by 32% by 2025. We have the renewable energy, which targets RE share to reach 23% in total primary energy supply and 35% in installed power capacity by 2025. We have the regional energy policy and planning. And finally, we have the civilian nuclear energy. And over to the next slide, please, are the key achievements of APEC Phase 2 in its first year, which is 2021, which I will only highlight a few due to the time constraint. First, we have expanded the ASEAN Power Grid by completing the ASEAN Interconnection Master Plan Study, or AIMS-3 Phase 1 and 2, and traded 1.72 gigawatt hours electricity under Phase 2 of the Laos, Thailand, and Malaysia Power Integration Project. We are also improving the development of common gas market for ASEAN through the Trans-ASEAN Gas Pipeline with our 9 LNG regasification terminals and 13 bilateral pipelines that connect 6 ASEAN member states. And we are promoting the role of CCUS and CCT towards low carbon economy through the recently launched the ASEAN Center of Excellence for Clean Coal Technology on 30 October 2021, and of course the ASEAN Coal Awards 2021. For encouraging ENC, we have achieved in 2019 21.8% of energy intensity reduction. And over to the next slide, we see for renewable energy, we achieved 13.94% of RE share in total primary energy supply and 28.7 RE share in ASEAN installed power capacity, both in 2019. And of course, we organized the second CEFIA and implement its flagship projects and the RE Awards 2021. And in the REPP program area, we published reports on ASEAN oil and gas, power and hydrogen. And over to the civilian nuclear energy, we have also launched and we update the ASEAN Nuclear Energy Portal and signed new memorandum of understandings between ACE and World Nuclear Association, World Institute of Nuclear Security, and Japan Atomic Energy Agency. And now I think that is all from me. And now I will pass over the floor back to our MC and my colleague, Ms. Tinta, to talk more about the CEFIA collaboration roadmap. Thank you, and please, Ms. Tinta.
Thank you so much, Shania. So from the presentations of my colleague, Ms. Shania, about the APEC Phase 2 2021-2025, I will continue the presentations on the brief explanations on the plans to develop the CEFIA collaboration roadmap and how the activities under CEFIA can contribute to the overall implementations of the APEC Phase 2. And I have the next slide. Okay. So as mentioned by Ms. Shania, by my colleague, ASEAN already has set the aspirational energy targets for the APEC Phase 2 2021-2025. And we can say that the APEC Phase 2 is an important reference and also guidance in the sense that it also reflects the paths and also directives that ASEAN aim to pursue for its regional energy development. And it is essential for ACE as the regional energy center to match up the interests and opportunities coming from the external partners with the interests and also aspirations of ASEAN under the APEC. So the project management unit for CEFIA then was expected to be established within ACE to ensure all the activities under CEFIA can effectively contribute to the achievements of the APEC objective and targets. And in aligning the activities under CEFIA with the implementations of APEC Phase 2, the proposed CEFIA collaboration roadmap was initiated by METI Japan. And also the concept note of this collaboration roadmap has gone through several consultations with the focal points from the 10 ASEAN member states. And the activities under CEFIA then will be classified into 3 themes, namely the visualizations of the climate impacts, the finance activities, and flagship program. And by looking at those specifically under this proposed collaboration roadmap, we aim to identify more detailed activities and contributions under CEFIA that can align with the milestones and key achievements of the APEC, specifically for 4 program areas, namely the ASEAN Power Grid, the energy efficiency and conservations, the renewable energy, and regional energy policy and planning. So the objective of the collaboration roadmap is to recognize and align the goals of CEFIA with APEC towards energy transitions development in ASEAN, and also to set up the collaboration pathways between the key energy stakeholders, including the policymakers, the academe, and also the private sectors. And particularly to also identify potential business opportunities and also the ways to improve the public-private partnerships in promoting the clean energy developments in the region. And have the next slide. Okay. So ever since its initiations of the Ministries of Economy, Trade and Industry Japan, or METI Japan, CEFIA has been promoting the business-driven disseminations of the cleaner energy and low-carbon technologies, also in parallel with the policy developments. And according to the key takeaways of the first CEFIA back in Philippines, as mentioned by my colleague, Ms. Shania, that CEFIA might play 4 key functions, which is as a showcase to share and communicate best practices, challenges, and solutions, and then also as a workspace to carry out real cooperative projects and activities, including the potential feasibility studies, demonstration project, and also the thematic capacity building. And then CEFIA could be also a data bank to collect information, data, and report, and also as a linchpin or catalyst to facilitate technology deployments and improve policy and institutional arrangement by connecting the key stakeholders, especially the public and private sectors. And in particular, for CEFIA collaboration roadmap letter, we expect that in the development, we can consider thoroughly what are the key challenges in the clean energy development in ASEAN, and also to look into opportunities and priorities that each ASEAN member state are planning to pursue. That's why this kind of forum and also the consultation process is important in terms of facilitating sharing knowledge and best practices in the areas of policy, technology, financing, investment, and also R&D. And then after that, based on the dialogue process and consultation process between the key stakeholders, eventually we can draft this collaboration roadmap with a list of the potential activities and initiatives that can fill the gap and also give significant contributions to the region's clean energy development, including whether we need necessary policy instruments, whether we have potential projects and partnerships, and also the investments itself. Also, during today's forum, in the session 2 later, we will have more discussions about how we can align the ASEAN aspirations under APEC with the CEFIA initiative and what kind of topics and also priorities we need to consider as a future activities under CEFIA, and also so on and so forth. Can I have the next slide? Okay, so this slide is only to show you that CEFIA has been recognized and also acknowledged in some high-level official regional meetings of ASEAN, The first one is the during senior officials on energy meeting or +3 or SOM+3. The meeting suggested to expand CEFIA activities by exploring the financial solutions to assist the ASEAN countries in phasing out the carbon-intensive energy system, including to minimize the stranded assets of fossil fuel power plants. And then the meeting also noted the next step for the CEFIA activities, including the progress of the Flagship project, the developments of the collaboration roadmap, and also the activities in the transitions of finance and also the carbon footprint reductions. Lastly, the meeting also noted the milestones and implementations arrangement for CEFIA roadmap development, including the launching of the PMU, the stakeholders consultations meeting, and also the preparations of its roadmap itself. And then during the ASEAN Ministers on Energy meeting +3 or AMEM+3, the meeting again reiterated the needs for strengthening cooperations between public and private sectors. And the meeting also noted that it could be facilitated through the CEFIA initiative, and the meeting also support the proposed plan for the CEFIA collaboration roadmap development. And lastly, during the special SOM held last month, the meeting has agreed with the concept note of the CEFIA collaboration roadmap and also noted the establishments of the CEFIA PMU to further assist ASEAN member states and partners in facilitating consultations and also to identify more tangible activities. Let's wrap up our presentations, and thank you so much for listening. Now, I will back to the second presentation. It will be presented by Mr. Nagata Toshiaki, the Directors of the Global Environment Partnerships Office of the Ministries of Economy, Trade and Industry, Japan. He will be present the plans for overarching and relevant activities on CEFIA. Please, Mr. Nagata, the time is yours.
Good morning, distinguished participants and colleagues. My name is Toshiaki Nagata from METI, Japan. I would like to extend a sincere appreciation for all the participants, and in particular, the colleagues from Energy Commission and other government agencies from Malaysian government, which strongly supports the organization of this forum. For this presentation, I would like to run you through the future plans for overarching activities under CEFIA, as well as related activities which are not directly related, but still relevant activities on CEFIA. In some part, the presentation is a follow-up from the previous presentation made by the ACE. Next, please. And my presentation has four pillars. One is the enhancement of flagship projects, and in this draft mission statement on CEFIA, which is also already mentioned by ACE in the previous presentation. An annual work program for 2022, which METI and Asian Development Bank, ADB, has been working on. And lastly, Japan's submission to the UNFCCC Secretariat on Article 6, Paragraph 8 of the Paris Agreement, which is related to non-market approaches as opposed to market approaches. Next, please. First, on the enhancement of flagship projects, as already illustrated by ACE, we've been implementing 3 specific flagship projects for achieving decarbonization of Asian region. One is RENKEI, which is the IoT optimization of factories and buildings, and ZEV, net zero energy building, and also microgrids with the use of wind power and microgrids with batteries. And these, although these 3 projects have been making a good progress in their implementation, so far that they have not achieved specific CO2 emissions. So therefore, we expect that these existing 3 projects will achieve specific CO2 emission reductions next year onwards. And those would facilitate the energy efficiency improvement as well as renewable energy deployment enhancement in the years to come. And it is our hope that the flagship projects will not stop at these 3 projects, and it will need to further enhanced to additional flagship projects. And to meet its aspirational estimates, the enhanced flagship projects are expected to deliver CO2 emission reductions of around 1 million tons CO2 equivalent, with mobilized finance of around $50 million US dollars for the projects in total towards 2025 in a cumulative basis. These numbers are already mentioned in the special remarks made by State Minister Ishii for today's forum. And we are hoping that these are not merely the aspirational estimate from the METI side, and we are hoping that these estimates will be seriously discussed among ASEAN countries for aspiration, in line with the aspirational targets under APEC Phase 2, which were just introduced by ACE. Next, please. Second component is a CEFIA mission statement. The mission statement is an essential document because it defines basically what CEFIA is and how the CEFIA should be operated. And the discussion started some time ago, and the initial draft was discussed at the first CEFIA Public-Private Forum meeting in November 2019. And subsequently, it was discussed at SOME, but we didn't conclude we didn't finalize the mission statement, and the deliberation is now continuing on. And for today's forum, the revised draft will be introduced by CEFIA later today. And there's expectation that will be subsequently discussed and approved at SOME+3 later this year. And that will be the timing of the finalization of the mission statement. And and the current draft mission statement states that will come into effect immediately upon endorsement at SOME+3. So there's an expectation that it would come into effect later this year when the SOME+3 approves the mission statement. Next, please. The third component is annual work program between METI and ADB for 2022. As you might remember, and as already introduced by ACE in the previous presentation, METI and ADB, Asian Development Bank, signed a memorandum of cooperation at the last forum meeting, which was the second meeting of CEFIA Private Forum in February 2021. And that MOC defines a sort of a general framework of the cooperation to be undertaken between METI and ADB in order to facilitate CEFIA activities. And in terms of specific activities to be undertaken under the MOC include, but not limited to, joint studies and joint event organization, as well as a joint publication. And this MOC also requires METI and ADB to annually prepare a work program for the year and present the plan at the CEFIA Public-Private Forum every year. So this is a timing at this CEFIA Forum to present the annual work program between METI and ADB for 2022. And the table is a summary of planned activities, and we would explore in line with these activities what specific activities to be undertaken based on the MOC. One component is workshops and knowledge events, and this CEFIA forum itself today is one of them. And there will be ADB representative to come to the forum and make presentations on the activities in relation to CEFIA. And we have a plan to organize a finance webinar under CEFIA sometime in March 2022, and ADB will be one of the participants in the webinar. And as a regular annual event, ADB would organize Asia Clean Energy Forum, or ASEF. Usually it would take place between March and June. So we are assuming that this will be the case this time around. And as a practice for last couple of years, METI is given one slot at the ASEF session as part of the deep dive workshop. And we are hoping that that would take place once again, so that we can have one specific slot to introduce the updates of CEFIA activities at this event. And also, unfortunately, it didn't happen last time, but we are hoping to have a side event at COP27 on CEFIA, and with the speaker from ADB, so that the ADB can outline their activities which will contribute to the CEFIA activities. And also the one big component that we are aiming for is the financing from ADB to specific projects. And one component would be dedicated to a flagship project that I've just talked about. And hopefully there will be some progress between Japan and ADB towards the financing of specific flagship projects. And also there could be a broader cooperation on the other projects outside the CEFIA flagship projects, and potentially this could include the collaboration with external bodies. And also we would look into other opportunities, especially on the specific with specific focus on the transition finance. And currently we are discussing the possibility of looking to new types of technologies in addition to normal energy efficiency and renewables. Those new fields would include hydrogen, ammonia, those kind of emerging technologies. Next, please. And the last component is Japan's submission to the UNFCCC Secretariat on Article 6.8 of the Paris Agreement. This may sound a bit new to some of the participants. The Paris Agreement, as you might know well, was adopted in 2015 at COP21 in Paris. And it has a specific article, the Article 6, which usually is known for defining the operational manners of the carbon markets, but it actually has a different component, namely paragraphs 8 and 9. And these paragraphs define non-market approaches for for facilitating international cooperation, and it covers both mitigation and adaptation and other broader aspects of the international cooperation. And the last time at COP26 in the UK, Glasgow, we, as part of the package of Article 6 agreement, we agreed on the work program of non-market approaches, and then which defines how the non-market approaches could be implemented and facilitated. And the work program, as part of it, as part of the lot of work to be listed up, invited the Paris parties to submit their views to the UNFCCC Secretariat by February 28, 2022 on 3 components, namely existing initiatives which could be related to no-market approaches and focus areas of such no-market approaches. And lastly, UNFCCC data platform, the use of the data platform, which is being established for the purpose of facilitating no-market approaches. And METI actually views the CEFIA as one of the, I would say, one of the most beautiful form of the no-market approaches which could be ever emergent. So it is METI's intention to introduce CEFIA in our submission to the UNFCCC Secretariat as per the interaction above. And the submission, we are currently working on the draft submission within the Japanese government. It is nearly finalized, and we are making a final tunes before submission. And we are hoping that we can submit the views on CEFIA by the deadline, the February 28. And in terms of these, substantial differences, it wouldn't change what we are doing now and the current plan of the CEFIA activities. However, the submission would give us broader opportunities to increase its profile of CEFIA, including through the speaker opportunities at the workshops to be organized under the Article 6.8 of the Paris Agreement. So that would be a sort of a win situation, and we are hoping that we can make best use of such additional opportunities to demonstrate the CEFIA activities and its progress. Thank you very much. That's from me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nagata, for the excellent information related to the CEFIA activities. Next, according to the agenda, we will be having the first sessions, which will be focused on the progress of the existing CEFIA Flagship project and also the new proposed projects. These sessions will be moderated by Mr. Takahashi Koji, the Deputy Directors of the Global and Environment Partnerships Office, Ministries of Economy, Trade and Industry, Japan. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Takahashi Koji to start and lead the session. Please, Mr. Takahashi Koji, the time is yours.
Hello everyone, and I am Takahashi Koji from Global Environment Partnership Office in the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. And it's my pleasure to take the role of moderator for this session today. First of all, I'd like to briefly present the overview of the CEFIA's flagship project. As explained in the previous presentation, flagship project under CEFIA is a project to which CEFIA's key components are applied through implementation. The CEFIA's key components are low carbon technology into institutions or institutional regulatory framework and finance. And key technologies in areas are mainly energy efficiency and conservation and renewable energy. And the flagship projects have been implemented so far by Japanese private companies with their partners in ASEAN member states. And METI has supported implementation of these projects. In this session, updated information on the 3 ongoing projects and the idea of new project will be presented. The first one, I move to the presentation of each project, and the first one is the Lenkei project. Lenkei control is an advanced control technology that can pursue cooperative energy efficiency optimization. This project has been implemented mainly in Thailand. And here, I'd like to invite Mr. Suzuki Michihisa from Japan Electronics and Information Technology Industries Association for presentation of this project. He has also served as a manager in Asbil Corporation. So, Mr. Suzuki, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity for this presentation. My name is Mike Suzuki from Asbil Corporation, and I'm grateful to be representing the JADA to make to explain about the progress for the CEFIA Renke flagship project. Next slide, please. Okay. Firstly, I would like to briefly introduce JADA Association. Japanese Electronic and Information Technology Industry Association, JADA, is Japan's leading association for IT and electronics, which is around 400 members of countries from Japan and abroad. We are molding JADA into a platform that will connect all IT and electronics industries to head into IoT era together. Next slide, please. Thank you. And this is today's agenda. The first agenda is Renke control, and the second agenda is international standard for factory energy management system to accelerate Renke control. And then the last one is the flagship activity reporting year 2021 and year 2022. Next slide, please. So the first one is about Renke control. Next slide, please. The meaning of Renke in Japanese is collaboration by multiple people to achieve some target. In our case, Renke means the collaboration of the multiple facilities or equipment together to reduce carbon dioxide. Application of the Renke control software can help to reduce CO2 emission from industrial sectors and the building sectors through optimization approach. Next slide, please. The purpose of Renke is to solve management issue such as like an environmental issue. In this diagram, you can find utility facility that consume many kinds of energy, and the utility facility are providing steam and electric to manufacturing plant, and we can find saving opportunity by Renke in utility plant and also in manufacturing plant and between utility plant and the manufacturing plant. Renke control is optimized operation for facility by software approach. So this approach is much faster and cost less than hardware approach. Next slide, please. This is an example of the before implementing Renke control for cogeneration plant for manufacturing process. Electricity can be supplied by electric purchase or cogeneration system. Steam can be supplied by cogeneration system or boiler system. There are so many ways of utility operation to meet factory demand for power and steam and chilled water. So, but depending on the operation, CO2 emission from this utility plant are very different. For operation team, always very difficult to find the best operation. Next slide, please. This slide is showing after implementing Renke control server on the top of existing control system. Renke control server is able to operate the utility plant or help operator to provide best operation through existing control system. Depending on the complexity of the facility, the benchmark for energy saving by Renke control is from around 3% to 10%. Next slide, please. So the next agenda is applicable facility for Renke control. Next slide, please. These are the major applicable facility for Renke control. Renke can apply many kinds of utility facilities and also can apply district cooling plant and a smart city for energy optimization. From now on, we will have more advancement. We will have more advancement in clean technology, such as renewable and hydrogen energy, and the better individual equipment or like energy storage. Renke control always can be core for integration of these technology to achieve maximization of the total energy efficiency. Next slide, please. So next is example of the Renke control project. Next slide, please. This figure shows the operation of the boiler plant before applying Renke control. This trend graph shows the amount of steam generated by each boiler, and all boilers operate with the same load to meet the steam demand on the factory side. However, although there are differences in performance of those 5 boilers, the differences are ignored, and all 5 boilers are operating in the same way. The next page will explain what happened when Renke control is introduced into this plant. Next slide, please. Renke control determines the boiler for load adjustment and the boiler for load setting, and then set the optimized load for those boilers. Renke control updating boiler efficiency by operation data. So Renke control is able to keep CO2 emission reduction for a long time. Next slide, please. This slide is showing about Joint Credit Mechanism, JCM demonstration project. Hasbro Corporation, one of control vendor, was entrusted by the New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organization, NEDO, with a project for the PT Pertamina boiler plant in Indonesia. Annual total CO2 emission was more than 1 million CO2 ton from this plant. So CO2 emission reduction was a big management issue for PT Pertamina. But there are many boilers, and each boiler can use fuel oil and fuel gas. So very difficult to determine the best operation. Next slide, please. After analysis for operation and each boiler efficiency, Renke control was designed and implemented on the top of existing control system. During 10 months monitoring period, 35,000 tons CO2 reduction was recorded and registered as JCM credit. This project was one of the very cost-effective projects for the JCM. Next slide, please. This reference is a case of smart city, including an industrial zone in Japan. Within the industrial zone, there are automobile factories, food factories, and the parts supplier. The energy supply to the industry zone is from the energy supply center, which has a cogeneration system, and the solar power generation, and the renewable, and the battery storage. Next slide, please. The energy supply center introduced Renke control. Renke control provides optimized energy supply schedule for the entire region based on the demand prediction. If supply and demand adjustment is required from the grid side, Renke control will issue the optimum operation for the energy supply center and the optimum demand adjustment instruction to each factory. In this case, we have realized an energy reduction about 20%. Next slide, please. So next slide is about international standard for the factory energy management system. Next slide, please. In order to realize Renke control, it is necessary to exchange information with various equipment and systems in the factory. So there are also activities to define factory energy management system function and information flow as International Electrical Commission IEC standard, and is targeted 2023. Next slide, please. Not only the monitoring and analysis, but also Renke control function such as optimization and its instruction are defined in this famous IEC standard. And the guideline will be also defined to facilitate the introduction of Renke control. Next slide, please. The last one is the flagship activity. Next slide, please. Thank you. This project is mainly carried out by JERA's working group member. Together with ASEAN and Japan University, we did capacity building to teach the idea of Renkei to students, also with the support from ASEAN Center for Energy and the METI. We also approached ASEAN government to introduce Renkei control and share related green policy and incentive. In year 2020, we have made a potential survey for ASEAN and capacity building for university students. Next slide, please. So in 2021, we are conducting a detailed feasibility study for cogeneration plant in the fertilizer plant in Thailand. And we analyze the actual operation data to calculate the effect of energy reduction when Renkei control is introduced. In addition, in January 2022, a webinar of Renkei control was held for Thailand industry, and about 170 people participated. We have got the good feedback from participants and received requests for feasibility study from several companies. So next slide, please. This is my last slide. So in 2022, in this year, we are planning to continue feasibility study in Thailand and also in Indonesia. In collaboration with the Thailand Technology Promotion Association and the university, we are aiming to build the Renkei control education platform for industry and the student. And we will plan a demonstration project that will become a landmark for spread of the Renkei control. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Suzuki. And the second project is Zero Energy Building, so-called ZEB project. This project is pursuing highly energy efficient building by a step-by-step approach, utilizing various Japanese technologies. I'd like to invite Mr. Yamamoto Katsuhiko, General Manager in Japanese Business Alliance for Smart Energy Worldwide, for presentation of this project. So, Mr. Yamamoto, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Takahashi-san, for your kind introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Katsuhiko Yamamoto. I'm working at the Energy Conservation Center, Japan, and also a manager of the organization called Japanese Business Alliance for Smart Energy Worldwide. In short, JSW. Today, I would like to introduce our activities in ASEAN member states for zero energy buildings, in short, ZEB. So next slide, please. Thank you very much. And as you all are aware of, achieving carbon neutral society is now world commitment. So we have to do what we can do right now. Next slide, please. So building sector has a huge potential for GHG reduction, and easy to start, I think. Energy efficiency is the quickest way to reduce GHG. And I would like to say zero energy building is a right now solution, and it is possible for any country. Next slide, please. Okay. But financially, it might be not so easy. So our proposal is, let's start with this step-by-step approach towards the ZEBs. First, ZEB ready, and second, nearly ZEB, and third, net ZEB. Of course, you can have net ZEB from the beginning if you have enough fund. So we believe this approach might be good for any country in the world, and it can be accelerate to achieve carbon neutral society. Next slide, please. So we submit this approach to an international organization for standardization, ISO, and have been discussed with committees in ISO. Thanks to the cooperation from Singapore, Malaysia, and Philippines, September 24th last year, technical specification TS23764 has been published as a methodology for achieving non-residential zero energy buildings. Yeah, this one is okay. And ISO itself, return to previous page, please. Yes. So ISO itself announced this article at their website. It is very encouraging. So it says, if we can achieve net zero in buildings, then it could change the world. Yes, it is possible. And new guidance has just been published to show us how. Yes. And next slide, please. So there are 6 core elements in this RTS 23764. I will not explain the details, but I would like to say that this document describes the basic concept from the planning stage to after completion of the building, which means including operation and maintenance. Based on this technical specification, you can develop your country, your own policies and programs, depending on your country situation. You can buy it from ISO website. Next slide, please. As you can see, we have been conducting our workshop and seminars in ASEAN member states since 2017, and we will continue. Next slide, please. So especially with Malaysia, we have been concluded a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, regarding disseminating zero energy building in Malaysia. And now we are studying a possibility of a pilot project with Sustainable Energy Development Authority Malaysia set up. Next slide, please. And this is our plan for this year. First one is support for making policies and programs in your country. And second is easy access. We are building a structure for easy access for the ZEV technologies. I'll show you our website later. And we are also, this year, we are going to promote a pilot project. We are now, as I said, we are studying a possibility with SEDA Malaysia. Yeah, next one, please. Okay, this is our website. This is a website for searching recommendable technologies and products to achieve ZBs. So right now we have just started, and we will enhance this website soon. And next slide, please. And you can search the various technology in various way for like building part of building or product, or you can search. Next slide, please. And thank you very much. And if you have any plan for zero energy buildings in your country, we are willing to collaborate with you. And in closing, I'd like to let me show you a short video presentation for promotion ZEBs. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Yamamoto-san. And please move to short video now. No? Okay, I move to other. Okay, thank you for Yamamoto-san for your presentation and easy to
経済
understand
産業副
and
大臣
short
の
videos.
マヒロです。
And
ま
the
ず
next is
はじめ
you
に
and we
第
move
3
to the
回
next
セフ
project.
ィア官民フォーラムの開催
Third project is a microgrid project. This project is seeking introduction of resilient microgrid with typhoon-tolerant wind turbines, PV, and batteries controlled by the EMS. This project has been implemented in the island of the Philippines. So I'd like to invite Mr. Mizumoto Shigeto, CSO of Charenergy Company. So now he's joining us right online. Mr. Mizumoto, floor is yours.
Thank you, Takashi-san, for your kind introduction. Dear distinguished guests and also ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. My name is Shigeto Mizumoto from Charenergy. So I would like to introduce our flagship project of the microgrid. So let me first introduce our company, Charenergy. So next, please. So Charenergy is founded 2014. We are the startups to making innovation in the wind energy. Next, please. So starting from our incorporation, we have developed our demonstration unit for 100 watt and 1 kilowatt. Then we are now commercializing 10 kilowatt unit. Then successfully last year, we started our first unit operated outside of Japan, which is located in the Philippines. Next, please. So our turbine is more specifically designed to withstand the higher wind speed like typhoons, then also reduce the impact of the surrounding environment, such as noise or bird corrosion. Next, please. So our wind turbine applied two technology. One is called Magnus effect. Magnus effect is principle of the curve ball. So if you spin the ball will go sideways, which we call the Magnus effect. So we control our Magnus effect by using the rotating the motor, then corresponding to the wind speed, which enable us to stable our rotation of the wind turbine. Then also we apply the vertical axis technology, which also corresponding to any wind directions. Next, please. So which makes us to sustain our wind turbine in the higher wind speed compared to the conventional wind turbine, since the conventional wind turbine is very vulnerable to the high winds such as typhoons. So our turbine is more specifically designed to enhance more resilience in the climate change. Next, please. So as I mentioned, currently we developed our 10 kilowatt commercial models, then which was located in one in Okinawa, then in Japan, and one is in the Philippines. Then our turbine achieved the cut-in is from 4 meters per second. Its usual wind speed up to 40 meters per second, which is equivalent to the category 1 typhoon. Then also up to withstand 340 kilometers per hour, which is also equivalent to the category 5 typhoons. Next, please. So in the future, we are aiming to scaling up our wind turbine up to 100 kilowatt and 1 megawatt in 2025 and 2030 to install to the more grid tight technologies to provide more bigger capacities. Next, please. So we have been active in the Philippines since 2017 with the cooperation with Ministry of Environment and Trade Industries. Then also we conducted several feasibility studies regarding to the microgrid. Right now we are on the feasibility study phase of the microgrid in the island in the Philippines, we will start our demonstration hopefully this year. So I will next slide. So I would like to introduce our first case of introducing our Magnus vertical axis wind turbine in the Philippines. Construction was started in 2021, April. Then we reached to the commercial operations in August in 2021. So it took us almost few months due to the lack of the equipment and also the materials, and also the affected by the COVID pandemic. But we had successfully constructed our wind turbine in one of the remote island in the Philippines. Next, please. So this is our footage of our construction of the turbines in the island. So as I mentioned, the island has only few access to the materials and also the heavy equipment. That's why we only use the gym pole and the winch that we are lifting our heavy equipment to the turbine. So our construction method is applied to any remote island, which also shortage of those materials. So that's our features of our turbine, also specifically designed to those far remote areas. So next, please. So now we are targeting on some remote areas in the Philippines, since that the Philippines has more than 7,000 islands. Then also some of them are not connecting to the main grid. So there is opportunities that to have a microgrid, then also that those microgrid has difficulties to access to the electricity. Then also the energy cost is still high. So there is a room for renewable energy and also other related technologies to achieve the lower electricity cost, then also low carbon emissions. So next slide, please. So after we constructed our turbine in last August, we have experienced a super typhoon Kiko on September 11, so which recorded maximum wind gust was 84.3 meters per sec, and also 57.6 meters in 10 minutes average. So which was also the category 5 typhoon, then which have strong impact on the island. Next slide, please. So after the typhoon Kiko, but the island experienced more than 3 weeks of power interruptions. Then even after they resumed the power supply, the electricity was not sufficient enough to recover of the infrastructure of the island. So we are really experience that the necessity of the infrastructure of those islands to be more resilient to those natural disasters. Next slide, please. So our current proposal of the microgrid has a wind turbine, then also solar panels combined with a battery and the EMS, which is also increase renewable energy penetration in the existing diesel-based microgrid. In addition to that, we also aiming to provide electricity even after the calamities to enhance more resilient or more diversified infrastructure in those islands. Since that the remote areas are more affected by those natural disasters, since that the materials or equipment and also other necessity goods are not easily reached by those islands after the typhoon. So the microgrid also needs to be more resilient to those natural disasters. So we are planning to start the actual construction of this demonstration of microgrid in this year, then also hopefully start operation in 2023 next year. So the first locations of the microgrid is Batanes in the Philippines, which is also the most far remote island of the Philippines. So next, please. We also have initiated our microgrid enhancement, or the to promote our ideas to the other countries or islands. So we have developed our more easy to install monitoring system, which also enable us to simulate the microgrid plans easily or more cost effective than more accessible to all remote areas. Next, please. So which also combine the energy simulations and also the financial modeling of the microgrid. So we are providing more opportunities to those remote areas to access to the more resilient and also the cost-effective microgrid in the future. Next, please. So our microgrid vision is more on not only for the operations or construction, but starting from the planning of the microgrid in those areas, since that the planning of like how many kilowatt of the renewable energy could be installed in the grid is really important to having constructing the microgrid. So we help those who wants to have more resilient or new low carbon technologies in the microgrid. We will provide the assistance from the early stage of the planning. Next slide. So this is our final slide, but we hope that our experience or our technologies accumulated in the Philippines could be imported to could be also utilized in other ASEAN countries. The microgrid market in Asian Pacific is actually growing, then also to be grown by 2025 or 2030. So we would like to enhance or more expand our technologies or our knowledge accumulated in the Philippines to other ASEAN countries. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mizumoto-san. And this is all of project that has been currently implemented. I understand that these have been steadily implemented, and I expect today's audience have to have the same understanding. And finally, I hope these projects could have successful outcome, and the technologies utilized here will become widespread to the ASEAN region in the future. And in this session, the last presentation is an idea for new flagship project. This idea is aiming at improving energy efficiency in the steel industry. I'd like to invite here Mr. Dr. Donomae Hitoshi, Chairman, International Environmental Strategic Committee in the Japan Iron and Steel Federation. So Dr. Donomae, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Takashi-san, for your kind introduction. My name is Hitoshi Donomae of the Japan Iron and Steel Federation. Today, it's my honor to make my presentation at this great CEFIA forum. And today I want to propose a new project for contributing the energy transition of ASEAN steel industry. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. First, I want to show you some backgrounds of our proposal. First one is that Japan steel making process is the most energy efficient in the world. We have developed and implemented the lot of energy saving technology for a steel making process. We call them the best available technologies, BAT. As on the consequent, we have achieved world most energy efficient steel making process in both BF route and EAF route. BF route is that we make steel products from iron ore and coal, and by using blast furnace. And EAF route is that we make steel products from steel scrap by using electric arc furnace, which means that there are many potentials to reduce energy consumption and carbon dioxide emission in the world, even in the developed countries. And about 10% energy reduction can be achieved by introducing efficient byproduct gas use system, and also another 10% reduction can be achieved by introducing the BAT developed by the Japanese steel industry. Next slide, please. I want to show one example of BAT for blast furnace route. A coke dry quenching system is to recover the sensible heat of coke, baked coke. The temperature of coke is around 900 degrees C, to recover the heat and to regenerate electric power. Next slide, please. And this is one example for electric arc furnace route. It is essential to preheat scrap before or put scrap into the electric arc furnace. So this system can reduce energy consumption for the electric arc furnace operation. Next slide, please. And we know that you in ASEAN countries are planning to expand capacity of steel making, especially for blast furnace route. And you of course you know that the carbon intensity of blast furnace route is 4 times or 5 times higher than that of electric arc furnace route. So it is essential to introduce best available technology into blast furnace route and also to the electric arc furnace route to prevent energy consumption increase in this next decades. Next slide, please. So, and I know you are now committing APAEC phase 2, and the most important key strategies is to reduce energy intensity by 32%. 32% is a huge number. So we want to propose to implement best available technology to steel industry in ASEAN countries. So we want to help, we want to assist you to implement best available technology to ASEAN steel industries through CEFIA platform. Next slide, please. This is the overview of the activities we want to propose. Under CEFIA, we will conduct public-private dialogue and steel plant diagnosis to promote the adoption of the best available technology into the ASEAN steel industry. First, public-private dialogue is to share our knowledge to wide range of stakeholders in ASEAN countries. And second, steel plant diagnosis is to deep dive into the individual steel companies, steel mills, to conduct energy audit and recommend implementing best available technology. The combination of two activities, the target or the objective of our activity is to introduce best available technologies to individual steel companies in ASEAN countries. Next slide, please. To tell the truth, we have conducted the same kinds of activities since 2014 with Southeast Asia Iron Steel Institute, but we believe that we can expand and we can strengthen these activities under the CEFIA platform. We can access a wide variety of stakeholders in ASEAN countries, and we can communicate with appropriate stakeholders in ASEAN countries. Next slide, please. Public-private dialogue is again to share the latest policy and tendency technology trends in Japanese steel industry. For example, we want to share energy saving and carbon dioxide related policy latest and latest technology trend, and also financing program, etc. We may rely on the online activities under the corona pandemic, but after the corona pandemic, we want to plan the face-to-face meeting with various kinds of stakeholders in ASEAN countries. And we believe that under the CEFIA platform, we can more often to hold meetings and hold dialogue with appropriate ASEAN stakeholders and communicate with each other more precisely. Next slide, please. And steel plant diagnosis is that the expert of Japanese steel industry nearly go to the steel plant to check operation and energy consumption. Here I show the typical scheme which we conducted before as a steel diagnosis. Typically, 3 or 4 Japanese experts went to the steel mill and spent typically 1 week or so. And we first observe operation and collect the data, and finally, expert will analyze and feedback energy consumption trend and recommend energy saving technologies from best available technologies list. And also we advise operational improvement. We believe that under the CEFIA platform, we can more often to go to your country, and we also have had experience to hold steel diagnosis online, so we can effectively carry on steel diagnosis under the CEFIA platform. Next slide, please. This is my final slide. Here I show the 3 years plan of this new project. We will carry out capacity building, and then final objective is to implement best available technologies developed by the Japanese steel industry into the ASEAN steel industry. And if you accept our proposal, we devote ourselves to contribute to reduce energy consumption and carbon dioxide emission in ASEAN steel industry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Donomai. And the steel industry is important and basic industries in many of the ASEAN member states. So I'd like the ASEAN member states to understand this idea positively and to give us cooperation in the future. And this is all our presentation in this session. And I appreciate for the today's speakers to prepare for the well-organized presentation and short videos. And this is mainly basically, and I expect today's audience to understand and more on the current status and future actions of the CEFIA flagship project. And originally, this is the end of this session, and I appreciate for your attention. Before moving to short break, originally planned, and we now we have a short video of Japan CEFIA Japan seminar. We hosted this seminar in the last December to raise understandings of the mainly of Japanese companies about CEFIA. So please, please, MC, please show the video, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Mr. Takahashi Koji for the excellent moderations of the session 1, and also thank you for all the speakers during the session 1 for the excellent information sharing. So because we're late in terms of the schedules, we would like to request to skip the short break and go through the session two right away. So for the session two, it will be focused on the CEFIA collaboration roadmap and also expected future activities. And the sessions will be moderated by Mr. Abdul Razik Daud, the Chief Executive Officers of the Energy Commissions Malaysia. Without any delay, I will pass it to Mr. Abdul Razik Daud to take the lead for this session, please. Thank you.
Dinta. Hello.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I think we need not 50. We need a 10 minutes break because.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. But Chirazip is ready, but we need that 10 minutes break.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Can we? So
Noted.
we'll start back at what time? At 12:10? At 11:10.
11:10 would be.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. So, so for all the participants, we will be having a short break for 10 minutes, and we will back around 11:10 Jakarta time. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. May we check with Malaysia if you're already ready for the session 2?
Camera.
Hello, can we check with Malaysia?
Kena type lah kot, Jo. Dia kena on. Dia on control, is it? Jo, dia on control lah. You kena type lah.
Hello, may we check with...
Do a typing lah.
Hello.
Okay.
Nita, can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Can we switch on our video? Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much and welcome back. So again, I would like to introduce this first. So the session 2 will be focused on the discussions on the CEFIA collaborations roadmap and also the expected future activities. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Abdul Razik Daud, the Chief Executive Officer of the Energy Commission Malaysia. So without any further delay, I will pass it to Mr. Abdul Razik Daud to take the lead for the sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam MC. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to session 2, which is CEFIA Collaboration Roadmap. I'm Razib Daud from Energy Commission of Malaysia, here from Putrajaya, Kuala Lumpur. I will moderate this session 2 today. Thank you for your attention. We hope we will get a successful outcome from this very important session. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all the representatives from ASEAN member state, ASEAN+3, and all participants to the third CEFIA forum, which is now is under session 2. First of all, I would like to thank the ASEAN Center for Energy, ACE, ASEAN member state, and ASEAN+3 for giving me this opportunity to be your moderator for the session 2 on CEFIA collaboration roadmap. I really look forward to a very fruitful discussion in this session today to further discuss in depth the scope of CEFIA collaboration. Before we'll begin the presentation session, let me introduce a panel member. We have 4 panel members, but will be divided into 2 segments. The first segment on this overview of formulation of CEFIA collaboration roadmap and proposed activities of CEFIA collaboration roadmap for contribution to the APAIC phase 2. We have 2 speakers. Let me introduce them first, and then I will call them one by one for their presentation. The first speaker is Mr. Takahashi Koji, the Deputy Director of Global Environment Partnership Office, METI, Japan. I will read a short biography of Mr. Takahashi Koji. Since joining in METI in April 1994, he has been involved in bilateral trade issues with the United States, China, and the Middle Eastern countries, and international affairs in IT and energy policy, particularly with ASEAN region. His career history also includes work at Embassy of Japan in Hungary as the commercial attaché in 2006 to 2009. And the next speaker, is Mr. Nomoto Tetsuya, a senior researcher, Climate Change Solutions Group, Sustainability Division, Mitsubishi Research Institute, Inc. And his short biography, he is a senior researcher, Climate Change Solution Group, Sustainability Division, Mitsubishi Research Institute, Inc. Since joining the company, Tetsuya has been engaged in research on policy trends and market environment for energy transition, low carbon, and decarbonization in Southeast Asian countries, and business development support for private companies. He acquired his master's degrees, Masters of Environmental Science from University of Tokyo, Graduate School of Frontier Science, University of Tokyo. Yes, those are the two speakers for our first segment. To begin this session two, I would like to invite first Mr. Takahashi Koji to give your presentation. Please, Mr. Takahashi Koji, the floor is yours.
And hello everyone, this is Takahashi Koji again from METI Japan. And at this session, at the beginning of this session, I'd like to present the overview of CEFIA collaboration roadmap. And please allow me that my presentation and partly duplicate presentation by Ms. Dinta in the previous sessions. Originally, one of the original purposes of CEFIA activities is to contribute to ASEAN plan of activities for energy cooperation, so-called APIC. APIC Phase 2 was agreed in the ASEAN countries in 2020. We found that large potential of cooperation in priorities listed and through visualization of climate impact, finance, and the Flagship project. Please go to next page. Yes. So it's okay. And so in order to accomplish the purpose, we express our intention to develop the CEFIA collaboration roadmap for APIC Phase 2 in the previous CEFIA public-private forum in the last of February. And please go to next slide, please. APIC Phase 2 states 7 program areas listed here, and including energy efficiency and conservation and renewable energy, as well as 3 priority themes, including climate change and decarbonization. And therefore, there is large potential for collaboration with CEFIA. And key items toward collaboration are recognizing goals toward energy transition, and setting collaboration pathways, and identifying potential business opportunities listed in the right column. Next slide, please. This is the concept or structure of the CEFIA collaboration roadmap. We set 3 themes for collaboration. And first is the visualization of GHG reduction, and the second is finance. The third is Flagship project. And each of these themes links specific items in the APIC Phase 2. For example, theme 1, visualization, links cross-cutting area of PA6 regional energy policy and planning and in the APIC. Through co-work on the development of this roadmap, we expect that public-private sectors deepen their understandings on how policy, businesses, and the financial sector can be involved in the energy transition. Next slide, please. This slide shows milestones and the implementation arrangement for roadmap development. And it is important for us to launch a new team for implementation of this roadmap. As presented today, project management unit (PMU) was established under the ASEAN Center for Energy in order to facilitate CEFIA's activities. The unit consists of the representatives of the ACE and METI and takes the role of development of the roadmap in consultation with related subsector networks in the ASEAN. The roadmap is being drafted by the PMU right now, and it will be finalized and published after consultation with ASEAN member states and stakeholders in the private sector, hopefully in the coming spring. And the next slide, please. Please go to the next slide, please. This is a preliminary draft of the CEFIA collaboration roadmap. By theme, we are setting targets and action plans for both short-term and mid-term to achieve the target. This is the overview of the CEFIA's collaboration roadmap. It's my pleasure if you understand the concept of this roadmap and consider a contribution to this roadmap together with us. So at this time, I pass my microphone Mr. Nomoto from MRI to explain proposed activities of the roadmap. Please.
Well, thank you very much, Takahashi-san. I'm honored to have today's opportunity. I'm Tetsuya Nomoto from Mitsubishi Research Institute. I'd like to make a presentation, propose the activity of the CEFIA collaboration roadmap for the contribution to the APIC Phase 2. Next slide, please. So as the first, I'd like to explain about the flagship project in the field of the finance. So CEFIA flagship project was declared launch at the second CEFIA Public-Private Forum last year. CEFIA Finance Flagship project will strengthen the capability of the clean energy finance in the region and work with the flagship project with specific subjects to deepen the understanding of risk and enablers. By creating a roadmap for this area, CEFIA would like to show a direction and materialize and accelerating our activities. CEFIA Finance Flagship project is also expected to establish a value sharing and collaboration platform ASEAN local financial institution in collaboration with development financial institutions and organizations. Also, CEFIA believes that the role of government is also important. The ASEAN+3 government are expected to remove major bottlenecks and barriers of the cleaner energy finance through ensuring a stable, transparent, and integrity in the policy formulations. In addition to this, they are greatly expected to show their commitment to encourage and lead the implementation of cleaner energy projects by presenting medium and long-term strategy and roadmap. Next slide, please. So it's, as explained by Mr. Takahashi, it's a CEFIA collaboration roadmap. It's being developed by the project management unit. We call it PMU, established by the METI and ACE. As for the collaboration roadmap in the field of the finance, is the ADIFIAP. ADIFIAP stands for Association of Development Financing Institutions in Asia and the Pacific. ADIFIAP is leading the discussion of the roadmap in the finance area and will report the content of the PMU. After that, the PMU plans to discuss the content in the form of the consultation for the ASEAN subsector network. Input from the private sector represented by the local financial institution and the from the governmental side represented by the ASEAN subsector network. They will be used to deepen the proposed activity in the roadmap under the CEFIA. Before finalizing the roadmap, we are planning to conduct a public consultation, ensure that the roadmap reflects input from all stakeholders in ASEAN regions. Next slide, please. So this is a kind of expected milestone in CEFIA financing activity. Since the launch of CEFIA Finance Flagship project in the field of the finance, various activities have been carried out. For example, a baseline survey study of the all 30 ASEAN local financial institutions has been conducted by the ADIFAP, and the final report will be made available on the CEFIA digital platform soon. We also organize the annual web-based web seminar from the multi-developing banks such as the ADB, IFC, and the local bank such as the Philippine Developing Bank, and the climate fund such as the CEF. They are gathered to the discussion on the webinar, and that is a kind of the good output and outcome of the CEFIA Finance Flagship project. And also in this year, I mean the next month, ADIFAP is planning to hold a similar event for the CEFIA Finance Flagship project. So I hope with much in detail information also will be uploading the CEFIA website. And also we are also preparing the video clip and to raise the awareness on the climate finance related to the issue, which will be also available on the CEFIA digital platform later. So finally, is a CEFIA Flagship project expecting to creating the hub for facilitation of the cleaner energy finance in ASEAN. Next slide, please. So this slide shows a preliminary idea for the CEFIA finance activities. CEFIA's direction for finance activity is to consider the two directions. First one is enhancing the regional capabilities. Second item, implementation of the measure to strengthen cooperation for accelerations. We would like to build our activity plan based on these directions. According to the ADIFAC survey I mentioned the last slide, the 4 points were identified as a need for the capacity building for the local financial institutions. First one is a sharing good practice and business case. Second point, deepen understanding on the climate risk and opportunity assessments. Third one, development of the guideline and the guidebook, including the best practice of the financing scheme. Fourth is a local application of the measurement and assessment tool for energy and GHG related indicators. So based on these kind of the needs for the local financial institution, we are beginning to consider draft activity plans. As an important perspective, we would like to identify who and what approach to activity can be implemented. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned about Takahashi-san and Dinta-san, so alignment with the APIC Phase 2 is very important. So embodying our activity, we are emphasizing our contribution to the APIC Phase 2. As for the finance activities themselves, we are considering the contributing to the program area number 6, regional energy policy and the planning, which is a cross-cutting initiative. We recognize that the activity of this roadmap discussion will enhance the capacity of the ASEAN region and contribute to the promotion of the bankable transition project. We are also creating opportunity for discussion among the ASEAN local banks, which we believe will also contribute to the activity of APIC. In addition, CEFIA has a flagship project in specific fields such as ZEP and Renke, and we expect it to contribute to APIC in these fields of renewable energy and energy efficiency and conservation. Currently, that discussion is limited to sharing the best practice and identify the bottleneck and solution for local financial institutions. However, in the next step, we would like to focus on activity in the area where we can directly contribute to the development of the individual bankable project and other CEFIA activities. Next slide, please. So this slide shows some discussion of the local financial institution ASEAN to creating the CEFIA collaboration roadmap. So I'd like to, how can I say, it's some of the less issues with the current activity plans. During the discussion, is a 5 solution direction were identified that can contribute to the develop bankable transition project. First one is access to the data and information. Some example of the pathway is establish a platform of the sharing the experience on the best practice. And the second point is building the local financial institution capability. Some collaboration pathway is to conducting the training for the local financial institution on the priority technical areas. And the third one is the institutional support. We expecting to support the development of the low carbon strategy of the companies. I will explain later next slides. And fourth, implementation of the pilot project. So support for the key flagship projects such as the Renke and zero energy buildings. And fifth, enhancing the financial mechanism. So we would like to establish a clean energy finance facility that is an example to the good mechanism to promoting the bankable transition project. So additional, still idea based at the moment, we would like to try to materialize our activity with these directions. The activity will be promoted in the cooperation with ADFIAP and ADB, which promote discussion on the finance flagship project. Also, any related stakeholder who have interest in this activity, so I'm really appreciated to joining in the discussion and further contributing to the CEFIA activities. Next slide, please. So this is the last slide. We are now proposing the activity on promoting transition project in ASEAN. So it's the market for the transition project is established from the 2 aspects. First one is the eligibility criteria, such as a kind of the taxonomy. And the second point is a finance product and instrument, such as a sustainability linked loan and bond. So it's that kind is a formal is a taxonomy is being worked on the various layer from the cross-regional one, such as ASEAN taxonomy, to the national and the individual financial institution, such as Bank Negara Malaysia (BNM). On the other hand, is a financing project is starting with a green bond and now being implementing with more sophisticated products, such as we call it sustainability linked loan and sustainability linked bond. Based on the common points among these activities, CEFIA would like to focusing on the 2 points. The first one, the development of the transition pathway unique to each enterprise and financial institutions. And the second point, GHG emission reduction as one of the KPI for monitoring the potential and progress of the transition pathway of the companies. CEFIA would like to contribute not only to sharing the good practice, but also development of the transition pathway to encourage the investment recipient and lenders to commit to the low carbon and decarbonization activities. By doing so, we believe the local company in ASEAN will be able to clarify and send out a signal to promoting the transition project, which will lead to the realization of the low carbonization and decarbonization throughout in ASEAN. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you to both Mr. Takahashi and Mr. Nomoto. Before we open for discussion or question or clarification, I think we will proceed with the other 2 presenter, but we will come back to discussion after the other 2 presenter finish their presentation. You can hold on to your question, but you can also start typing. You can type in the chat box your question. We really welcome, especially on the 2 presentation that we just heard. This is a proposal from them, and we have to give some comment, or we can also ask for a clarification. I think we welcome, especially for an ASEAN member state, for your input. But to move on into this session 2, I will like to introduce first the two presenters. The first is Miss Esther Liu from Malaysia. I beg your pardon, Miss Esther Liu is the Principal Assistant Secretary, Renewable Energy Division of Energy Sector from the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources of Malaysia. And she has more than 18 years in public policy and public administration experience on the implementation of sustainable development in Malaysia. She was involved in various aspects of policy development in Malaysia, including in energy, agriculture, housing, tourism, and local governments. She is currently the Senior Principal Assistant Secretary for Renewable Energy at Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, Malaysia. She oversees the macro policy planning and industry development for renewable energy in Malaysia. She holds a degree in biological science and master's in environmental management from National University of Malaysia. Before I call upon Ms. Esther to give her presentation, let me quickly introduce as well to the next speaker, Mr. Wacharin Bunyarit. A short biography of Mr. Wacharin Bunyarit. He is a Director of Strategy and Planning Division, Department of Alternative Energy Development and Efficiency, DEDE, Ministry of Energy of Thailand. He has a master's degree on energy management technology and environment and has been actively contributing to ASEAN Energy Cooperation as Thailand's focal points, especially in the area of energy efficiency and conservation and renewable energy. I would like to call upon Ms. Esther Liu from Malaysia to give her presentation first. The floor is yours, Ms. Esther.
Thank you, Mr. Razif, our session moderator. Can I have our slide? Can I have my slide display? Okay, thank you very much. So, senior officials from EMS and from our +3 members country, fellow panelists, forum participants from both government and private sector, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all. So I'll be providing input on Malaysia's perspective and expectations on public-private collaboration for clean energy transition. So I will share with you the policy formulation, implementation of various cleaner energy-related initiatives for the power sector in Malaysia, which are mostly private sector driven, and the challenges we face in implementing those initiatives. Next slide, please. To begin, let me share with you the guiding principle for the formulation of energy policy in Malaysia. In charting our energy transition pathway, our energy policy and planning are guided by 3 main tenets, namely security of supply, sustainability, and affordability. And the Malaysian government acknowledged the need to transition towards a sustainable electricity sector, and we reckon that there will be time when variable renewable will be the dominant capacity in our power sector. Therefore, pragmatic move to future-proof, strengthen and enhance our power supply infrastructure have been planned and implemented to ensure that the fundamental principle of energy equity for all Malaysians in accessing affordable and reliable electricity supply will be upheld, and no one will be deprived or left worse off as the country's electricity supply system transition towards a clean, sustainable, low carbon, and modern system. Next slide, please. So as we charter the most possible pathway for our transition towards a lower carbon and cleaner energy system, the geopolitics of climate change, especially after the Glasgow UNFCCC COP meeting, has greatly influenced countries, including Malaysia, in laying out our energy transition agenda. And next slide, please. So we see currently there are greater and growing awareness among our stakeholders calling for effort in addressing the impact of climate change. And we have stakeholders such as Member of Parliaments, NGOs who are demanding for greater effort in reducing our carbon footprint and accelerating the transition towards a cleaner and lower carbon energy system. We also observe that corporates and businesses are requesting for avenues to source for green electricity supply and support on adoption of sustainable energy practices. And I believe such shift in stakeholders' expectation is not exclusive to Malaysia. It is in fact a global phenomenon. So can I have the next slide, please? So therefore, in addressing the heightened or the greater stakeholder expectation, our Prime Minister, in the tabling of the 12th Malaysia Plan, has put forth Malaysia's aspiration of achieving a carbon neutral country by 2050 through the implementation of macroeconomics instruments such as carbon pricing and carbon tax within the next 5 years. And although Malaysia emits less than 0.7% of total global greenhouse gas emission, we are still committed as a global citizen to do our part in reducing our GHG emission. Next slide, please. So besides that, Malaysia has as well pledged to reduce 40% of its total greenhouse gas emission intensity of GDP by 2030 against the emission intensity baseline of 2005. And this will be achieved through sectorial-centric transition initiatives such as the Malaysian Electricity Supply Industry Low Carbon Pathway Initiative for the power sector, Low Carbon Mobility Plan for the transport sector, and the carbon emission reduction in buildings for the construction and building sector. Next slide, please. And for the power sector, which plays a significant role in the reduction of global GHG emission, the government has committed to reduce the power sector's GHG intensity by 45% in 2030 and a further 60% in 2035 compared to the 2005 level. And this will contribute towards Malaysia's climate pledge under the Paris Agreement, as well as our country's carbon neutral aspiration, as I have explained just now. So the quest in transitioning the power sector towards a cleaner energy system will be guided by the annual power development plan and the Malaysian Renewable Energy Roadmap. Next slide, please. So in achieving the stipulated carbon intensity reduction for the power sector, the capacity of renewable energy in the electricity supply system will be increased from the current 24% to 31% in 2025 and a further 40% in 2035. And these targets are determined based on technical, social, and economic considerations, including grid penetration limit, grid flexibility, reserve margin, as well as impact to consumers' tariff. And the projected RE increment will be contributed through the implementation and enhancement of various renewable energy programs, including rooftop solar, solar auctioning, feed-in tariff for small hydro and bioenergy, and a quasi-market mechanism called New Enhanced Dispatch Agreement. All these initiatives will be fully private sector driven and funded. And it is expected to open up greater direct green investment and creates job opportunities for the country. Next slide, please. So if we translate the renewable energy target into installed capacity, Malaysia is expected to have approximately 13 gigawatt of operating renewable energy capacity by 2025, as you can see on the slide, and a further 18 gigawatt of renewable capacity by 2035. So in other words, the renewable energy capacity in Malaysia is projected to increase by more than twofold from the current 8,600 megawatt in 2021 to 18,000 megawatt in 2035. Next slide, please. Further to that, Malaysia is also committed on not building new coal power plant when the existing PPA expired. This means that by 2033, more than 7,000 megawatt of coal power plant will have their PPA expired, as you can see in the slide, and it will be replaced not by new coal power plant, but by generation from either gas or renewable energy. And this will lower the carbon emission from the power sector. Next slide, please. So as I have mentioned at the onset of my presentation, Malaysia reckons that with our high solar irradiance, solar will be the dominant renewable energy resources in our future energy system profile. And hence, we have as well plans to innovate our existing electricity supply system by increasing the flexibility of the power supply system. And among others, we will be introducing the battery energy storage system, or BESS, to enable greater penetration of solar in which a variable systems, we will introduce BESS to enable greater penetration of solar to enable a more flexible generation system. Next slide, please. And besides that, we are also working on the pilot project on BESS that we are currently working on. And we are hoping that this pilot project that will be a public-private collaboration initiative will enable us to fully implement a utility-scale BESS program with a total capacity of 500 megawatt from 2030 to 2034 onwards. And this is expected to further diversify the existing green value chain in Malaysia, which now comprise mainly of the solar value and supply chain. And the implementation of BESS in Malaysia is expected to draw approximately $12 billion worth of direct and indirect green investment. And we are currently working on the policy, regulatory, business, and financing framework for BESS, and would appreciate to explore this further under this collaboration framework. Next slide, please. And further to that, we are also working on developing Pulau Perhentian and Pulau Redang, which is two very beautiful and scenic island in Malaysia, as a model project for smart green island that is fully powered by renewable energy. And this project is expected to be the reference project for other similar initiatives in the country. And the implementation of this project will be a public-private collaboration initiative in which the government will provide the enabling policy and regulatory support, and the private sector will drive and fund the project development. The implementation of this initiative is expected to open up not less than $20 billion worth of direct and indirect green investment. Can I have the next slide, please? So in reducing the carbon intensity for the power sector, besides transitioning the source of power supply to renewable energy, it is as well vital to ensure the adoption of sustainable energy practices among consumers as the low-hanging fruit for low carbon transition. So therefore, Through the National Energy Efficiency Action Plan, Malaysia aims at achieving an accumulated electricity savings of 8% by 2025 from the existing 4.3% compared to the 2014 base year. And we are also in the midst of formulating an energy efficiency and conservation legislation, and it is expected to be enacted by this year. Next slide, please. So as we take cognizance of the development globally and the increasing demand for green electricity among corporates with ESG commitment, Malaysia have as well designed and launched the Green Electricity Tariff program, which will enable electricity consumer to choose renewable energy generated electricity supply at a mere additional cost of 3.7 Malaysian cent per kilowatt hour, or less than 1 US cent per kilowatt hour. And with the subscription of Green Electricity Tariff, corporates will be given the renewable energy certificate that is bundled to the electricity supply and can therefore achieve their ESG commitments for energy utilization. Next slide, please. And this option for electricity supply has as well received tremendous response from multinational corporations such as Dutch Lady, Nestle, HSBC, and Zurich. And to date, more than 51% of the available green electricity has been subscribed, and we foresee more will come on board. And next slide, please. And the introduction of this green electricity program has as well been recognized by the Executive Director of IREC Foundation as a program which will support greater RE generation in the country. Next slide, please. So in moving forward, Malaysia will continue to digitalize, decarbonize, and future-proof our power supply system to support and enable greater clean energy integration in Malaysia. And you can see in the next slide. So can I have next slide? So let me also share with you some challenges faced both by public and private sector as we implement the various efforts for clean energy transition. And among others are, number one, with the fast evolution and emergence of new clean energy technologies such as hydrogen or even BESS, there are still gaps, especially among financial institutions and private sector, on the acceptability and bankability of projects which employ such technology. And secondly, the emergence of new clean energy technology also provided challenges in terms of policies, institutional and regulatory adjustment to the policymaker to enable adoption of such technology within the existing power supply system. And lastly, although there are myriad of available clean energy technology in the market, the cost effectiveness of clean energy integration to the system without foregoing affordability to the wider consumer is still a wider aspect to be taken into account within the context of Malaysia, and I believe it will be similar in other AMS as well. Next slide, please. So therefore, taking into account that the challenges we face in our quest for the transition towards a cleaner energy system, which might as well be the common issue faced by other AMS, Malaysia would like to propose that challenges, whichever relevant, can be referred, considered, and adopted as among the priority or focus areas or activities under this CEFIA roadmap. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the clean energy transition for the power sector in Malaysia is targeted to create an accumulated direct investment of 53 billion or USD 12 billion, while creating 47,000 job opportunities and 60% carbon intensity reduction in the year 2035. We believe that the economic and sustainability opportunities created through the cleaner energy transition will enable Malaysia to benefit greatly and future carbonize I beg your pardon, and further decarbonizing the power sector while propelling the growth of the RE industry in Malaysia. We hope that through the CEFIA initiative, we will able to share and adopt good and best practices in further support our clean energy transition initiative. And that is the end of my presentation. So next slide, please. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Esther from Malaysia. I would like to call upon Mr. Wacharin Bunyarit from Thailand. The floor is yours.
So good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wacharin Bunyarit from Thailand. Today, I would like to talk about the perspective and expectation of Thailand on the proposed CEFIA collaboration roadmap. Next slide, please. Today, I will talk in the three main topics. Firstly, I would like to show you the Thailand initiative and policy to support the financial investment on the renewable energy and energy efficiency. And secondly is a challenge in public-private partnership and expectation on initiative activity of Flagship proposed by CEFIA. Next slide, please. This is what I want to show that in Thailand, a huge number of energy has consumed every year, mostly in the transportation sector, industrial sector. This is the big opportunity of the renewable and energy efficiency investment, as well as for the household business and agriculture was the growing market in the area of the technology to promote in the future. Next slide, please. This is the sharing of renewable energy utilization in the country. The last year, we utilized around 15% of the renewable energy sharing in the energy mix of the country. The renewable energy market is growing and growing, and I think this is the biggest potential of the investment also. Next slide, please. This is the idea of a concept that how we try to promote the investment for EERE. We try to support Thailand to achieve zero carbon emission goal in the 2050. And this scheme to support Thai entrepreneurs to enhance their competitiveness, capability, and investment according to the world trend toward the low carbon investment. And finally, to correspond with the Thailand long-term strategy to support greenhouse gas mitigation policy. Next slide, please. This is the key agenda or key area that we try to promote the low carbonization of the country. Firstly, we try to increase the electricity generation from renewable energy source for more than half of total production for the new power plant in the near future. And we try to shift the energy consumption in transportation sector to green energy according to the EV policy. We call the EV 30 at 30 policy. And we will enhance the energy performance for more than 30% by accelerate the advanced technology and innovation investment. And finally, is to restructure energy business, energy regulatory to be in line with the 4D and 1E policy in order to cope with the energy transition. Next slide, please. Let me talk to the 4D and 1E policy. 4D is from digitalization, decentralization, decarbonization, and deregulation. It's coming up with many area of technology in renewable energy and energy efficiency. For example, we try to promote the smart grid energy storage system, to promote the peer-to-peer power trading platform, to promote electric vehicle in the country. This is all the idea that will leading to the new investment scheme for the country for in both sides of the renewable energy and energy efficiency. Next slide, please. This is the area that the initiative and policy to support the public-private partnership investment. We have the grant and subsidy for the government to invest for the project of renewable energy and energy efficiency. From the financial institution, we have the scheme like a soft loan, and from the government also have the tax incentive for the project that reduce energy consumption, and the credit guarantee for the project like carbon emission reduction. Next slide, please. I would like to show the example of the energy efficiency financing scheme. Firstly, is Esco Revolving Fund. The Esco Fund is revolve the money, investment money for the factory or building to do the project to reduce the energy consumption or utilization of renewable energy. And we also have the direct subsidy for the building and factory is the money that give to the project around 20 to 30% for the investment cost to promote the investment in the EERE project. And also for the transportation sector, we also have the scheme like direct subsidy also. Next slide, please. For the example of the RE financing, we have the flagship project like a community-based power plant project. This project is designed to promote the electricity production from the renewable energy like a biomass or biogas, and open for the entrepreneur to invest the new project of power plant to the government. And another is a feed-in tariff scheme is measured to promote the purchasing of electricity from a type of renewable energy widely, such as solar, wind, biomass, biogas, for example. The feed-in tariff rate depends on the risk of operating business, electricity price, and the return of IRR, for example. Next slide, please. I would like to go to the conclusion that the challenge of public-private partnership in Thailand. In Thailand, we try to promote many areas of the public-private partnership, like government procurement, that's to promote the reduction or utilization of renewable energy for the government sector. But the problem is the government sector maybe is different in nature with the private sector, or the regulation for the budget scheme in each year. So we have to concern about this when the government try to invest the renewable energy and energy efficiency project. And the government also has to consider fiscal rule, framework, or medium-term advanced budget expenditure, as well as budget constraint, because the limitation of the budget from the government have to be used in many projects in the country. For the project like renewable energy and energy efficiency, there is a limitation of the budget from the government. Next slide, please. This is the last slide that I would like to propose the expectation on initiative activity of flagship project under the CEFIA collaboration roadmap. Firstly, I would like to show that the cooperation important thing that public and private should build cooperation together. The key success of public-private partnership depends on the degree of public and private partnership, and we should have the forum to be meet together to exchange their view of finding solution and work together between public and private organization. And the funding, there are limitation of budget from government. Private may finding additional funding source to sustain the project and risk management. And finally, I think is the most important is the capacity building. Because this is there is a lot of disruption technology that we have to learn more, and we have to learn how to think what is the compatible technology for the country in terms of return of rate of return and investment cost. This is the capacity building that we would love to see in the forum of CEFIA to promote the renewable energy and energy efficiency project to be sustained and a success in the final. This is more of my presentation for today. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wacharin Bunyarit. I think we have heard from all four presenters, Mr. Takahashi, Mr. Nomoto, Ms. Esther, and lastly, Mr. Wacharin. Now we have time for discussion or question and answers before we go for a lunch break. We have three scopes of discussion. Number one, these expectations of this collaboration. And number two, the ideas of collaboration through this CEFIA roadmap platform, and the role of CEFIA for achieving APAIC's 2 goals. I think more or less we have heard from Malaysia and Thailand, their challenges and their expectations on this roadmap that's going to be developed and going to be finalized soon. Maybe I will start with the Malaysia and Thailand first before we go to Mr. Takashi and Mr. Nomoto. I think this question applies to both Malaysia and Thailand. Maybe Malaysia will answer first. Ms. Esther, you mentioned your expectation, the challenges, I think the 3 challenges that you mentioned in your presentation, and your expectation. Do you mind if you want to rank them, 1 to 3, the most difficult or the most challenges from those 3, or do you have any more you want to add from that challenges, and what are your expectations for CEFIA to address in the roadmap? I give opportunity to Ms. Esther, and then Mr. Wacharin can answer the same question. Ms. Esther first.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Razif, for your question. So on the ranking of the challenges that we have put forth, so from what I have presented, so we basically see that our challenges is either is on acceptability and bankability of new clean energy technology, and the other challenges are on policy and institutional and regulatory adjustment, and the third one is on the cost of clean energy integration. So in terms of ranking, I will put it in such that it depends on from which perspective that we're looking at. If I'm looking from a policymaker perspective, so the policy and institutional adjustment will be, I will rank that as the key challenges. But if we look from a project developer perspective, then you would look at the acceptability and bankability of project as actually the key or the key challenges in terms of clean energy transition in Malaysia. So so I will put it that it does depends on who is looking at the the landscape or looking at the challenges or the issue. So my proposal would be like we should if we would like to adopt this in the CEFIA roadmap or the initiative, then we might need to cater to different group of stakeholder that will be part and parcel of the whole energy transition or clean energy transition agenda or initiative that we are looking at. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Esther. Would Mr. Wacharin want to answer the same question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. I would like to have a short answer. How about the ranking that we propose for the promoting the public-private investment? I think that the most important is the government policy from the countries, and also the policy operation of the regional, like ASEAN country. Also, I think it is the most powerful to drive the target of the clean energy in the country or in the region. The secondly, I think it's come from the private investment and financial institution that have to support the project in the region to succeed in the future. And I think that one thing that we talk about right now is the carbon reduction target for the country and for the regional. I think the carbon credit initiative is one of the driving force that can drive the project like renewable energy and energy efficiency to be constructed in the country for the long term and to be the sustained in the future also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wacharin. I have the next question to Mr. Takahashi. Mr. Takahashi, from these two presentations from Malaysia and Thailand, the targets are, I think, very clear or crystal clear where these two countries want to be in the next decade, at least 2050. In your from your METI perspective or from Japan experience, is there any model of example of a public and private sector collaboration with support from METI? Do you have any example? Mr. Takahashi.
Okay, thank you for your question. And in the climate issues, one of the examples in Japan about currently implemented joint crediting mechanism. This is a similar program with CEFIA, but in this joint crediting mechanism, mainly Japan and the partner countries, including 8 ASEAN countries, have a kind of bilateral cooperation scheme, and we facilitate mainly Japanese technologies to apply in the ASEAN regions and to contribute to emission reduction, GHG emission reductions. And finally, we share the volume of emission reduction as a credit and between Japan and the partner countries. So this is an example, but this is important is a kind of a commitment and the cooperation between the Japanese public and the private sectors. We have to become a kind of one to set a kind of one direction. For Japanese government, private initiative, private companies, we have to align with policies considering Japanese private companies movement, and because especially CEFIA, of course, and the JCM project scheme, this project is kind of a business facilitative project. So of course we have set one of Japanese policies, but in this case we have to consider private companies movement. So it's, from both countries, consultation with private companies is emphasized. So in this case, I agree with the idea. So of course, if we set a policy, we have to consider Japanese and private sector's opinion. So it's I feel one potential and the severe activities to have kind of a consultation with private companies in the ASEAN countries, and this is one issue. And other, of course, we need kind of finance. Finance is quite important. So as Nomoto-san may say something, but with of course carbon credit is maybe one issue, but this is not only the issues for finance. I think kind of finance by the private facilitation of finance by private institutions is could be one critical issue. So this may be discussed in the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Takahashi. I actually want to ask Nomoto-san on finance. In your experience, what is, maybe all used to be a problem, but not anymore a problem. What, when we introduced this renewable energy, cleaner energy, there was maybe a problem, but not anymore. But in future, what are the keys, or what is the key issue on bankability or financing renewable energy in this region, in the ASEAN regions? You can name countries, or you don't have to name countries. What are the key issue on feasibility or bankability financing renewable energy project in ASEAN countries? Mr. Nomoto, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rajiv. So I'd like to try to answer about based on the discussion of the subgroup discussion with the local financial institution in ASEAN. So they are try to identify the bottleneck and the solution to promoting the bankable transition project. So they are expecting in the government, role of government is very important to eliminate the bottleneck of the financing in the field of the low carbon project and the decarbonization project. Then I'd like to answer about what is the key about promoting the transition project. We would like to answer the 2 points. First one is how to proceed with the discussion of the collaboration roadmap, and the second one, the example of the specific activities. So first one is we are trying to develop the roadmap. We are considering the specific of the activity based on the input from both the private sector and the government. So therefore, it's possible to provide a direct input to the government on the bottleneck identified by the local financial institution in ASEAN and the solution expected to address them. Then at the present, we have had a subgroup discussion, so we are still in the process of receiving the input from the government for the next step. But we are looking forward to receiving the input from the ASEAN government based on the opinion on the private sector that was based on the experience to the, you already, how can I say, is eliminated the bottleneck of the renewable energy project. We have been able to provide an opportunity to discuss exactly the kind of public-private partnership that you have asked about. It is expected that the public-private partnership will be promoted. It's the implementation phase after the activity are decided in the next step. And the second point is an example of the specific activity. So we believe it's we are planning the good sharing of good practice, and some creating a video clips at the event as a capacity building for the local financial institutions. So local financial institution very needed to getting the capacity building, especially for the assessment is the climate risk and is the proceeding the finance in the new technology, such as low carbon technologies. So this including not only the, how can I say, good example for the private sector, but also policy-oriented good practice is also important. So for example, Malaysia, so yeah, you are moderator. So is I think is a good practice is a DTFS, Green Technology Financing Scheme, to promoting is a green product and project through the registered local financial institutions. So which is a very, how can I say, good practice, and we got it pick up the example of the internal discussion of the local financial institutions. So we understand is also the hurdle to public-private partnership on financing are not low, but I believe that once realized, it will be a very effective initiative. So we would like to promote this kind of the initiative and establish a new mechanism to promoting the bankable transition project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nomoto. We don't have question online. Let me continue to my last question, my last round of question. We have maybe some time a quick question on this roadmap or drafting this roadmap, and we are checking on this alignment on APAIC's two goals. I personally can see the alignment between APAIC two goals with the role of CEFIA in supporting achieving those goals. Maybe I just want to open a general question to all of you, four of you, on this your wish or your approval on the alignments between APAIC's two goals with what CEFIA planning to achieve on finalizing the roadmap very soon. I will open to Ms. Esther first. So how do you see after this discussion and presentation, the alignment between these two plans, Ms. Esther? And of course, I believe you have some comment on what CEFIA want to do may help to accelerate the goals of APAIC 2. Ms. Esther, please.
Thank you, Mr. Razib, for the question. So I would look at it in such a way that to accelerate the implementation of the APAIC goals, I would say that what have been presented by our fellow first two panelists is something that is very, what we call it, in line with what the APAIC is looking at. Especially we have, like, for example, under the renewable energies, the program under renewable energy, we have the specific program that focuses on increasing the bankability of renewable energy projects, as well as the financing aspect of renewable energy project. But I will look at it is like if since there are, like we have looking at the development of renewable energy in the region, we see that maybe like financial institutions are quite, I would say maybe like familiar with conventional, I will use the word conventional renewable energy sources that we normally have, like solar, biomass, biogas, or small hydro. So how about maybe the roadmap can also look into emerging technology, such as the bankability of projects which employs technology like hydrogen or like hybrid technology of maybe battery storage or things like that, so that to enable the banking institution or financial institution in AMS to be comfortable with this new sort of technology adoptions. So that will be my short response on the question on how to accelerate the implementation of APAIC goals through this CEFIA initiative.
Thank you, Ms. Esther. I would like to invite Mr. Wacharin. You want to comment on accelerating APAIC goals, or even you have any new ideas like Ms. Esther mentioned on hydrogen economy or ammonia, or hybrid battery storage with solar project, and so on and so forth. Mr. Wacharin, you want to comment on that?
Thank you, Mr. So I would like to have a short comment on the purpose of CEFIA. I think that the energy storage and hydrogen is a new area of technology that is very interesting, and I think it will growing with the electric vehicle and the utilization of the smart grid and solar energy. Also, I think for the CEFIA roadmap, I think that we can talk further with the transportation energy efficiency and renewable energy in the transport sector, and also to the logistic energy consumption. Also, I think this is a new area that we can utilize more for the electric vehicle, more hydrogen, more ammonia, and energy storage system. This is quite important because it will lead to the new industrial like energy storage industrial and electric vehicle industrial also. I think this is my further comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Wacharin. We take note of your transportation or mobility, green mobility ideas that CEFIA should also comment in their drafting the roadmap. So I want also to have some comment from Mr. Takahashi, what have been said just now by Ms. Esther and Mr. Wacharin, to help your team in drafting the roadmap on new emerging technology or like hydrogen, ammonia, and so on. Mr. Takahashi?
Okay, and thank you for your quite positive comment on the new technologies. Frankly, some technologies is being under the developmental phase in Japan. So, but in order to finalize APAIC contribution to APAIC 2 roadmap, CEFIA roadmap, of course, we can consider how to contribute to introduction of such new technologies in ASEAN. Of course, finally, it is decided with consultation with ASEAN member states and other stakeholders, including private sector. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe last to Mr. Nomoto, you want to say something on the importance of bankability and financing in roadmap that you're going to address in CEFIA. Mr. Nomoto, you have last word. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Rajiv. So in the viewpoint is a flagship project in the field of finance, because it's a cross-cutting issue for the finance. So we would like to coverage about any technology, not only for the ZEB and RENK, but also you mentioned about the emerging technology is a new area of the technology. So we would like to reflect the kind of the new opportunity. Then I believe the important function of CEFIA is a public-private partnership again. So there is a hope it will create a forum for idea and the discussions. So currently finance flagship project in building and expanding the network of the local financial institution. So thanks is large part of the effort for the ADIFIAP, but they are regional development bank associations. So also we also get the support from the ASEAN Bankers Association, ABA, for commercial banks. So based on this kind of the private network, we would like to continue our public-private partnership with the ASEAN government. So for the next step, we are also looking forward to the establishment of the mechanisms to promote the bankable transition project, for which we expect the significant support from the ASEAN government. So we require the activity is an active participant of the private sector and the government and in the kind of discussion. So we would like to reflect the CEFIA collaboration roadmap. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, thank you to Mr. Takahashi, Mr. Nomoto, Ms. Esther, Mr. Wacharin Bunyarit. Thank you all. It has been a very interesting presentation and also discussion on CEFIA roadmap and what CEFIA can help accelerating or achieving APAIC 2 goals. I think what we all can agree today with this session number 2, the importance of your CEFIA roadmap in achieving APAIC's 2 goals. We really forward, we meaning all the ASEAN member states, really look forward for the conclusion of this roadmap. And as you have mentioned, we will continue engagement, or you all will continue engagement with privates or public's engagement on getting all the ideas, comment, and endorsement necessary before we can call the final CEFIA roadmap. I think with that, I conclude this session moderation on a CEFIA roadmap. I would like to pass this to Ms. or Madam Secretary. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdul Razik Daud, for the excellent moderations of the session 2, and also for all the speakers in the session 2, for the insightful presentations and also the fruitful discussions. Again, we would like to thank you for the discussions during the first and the second sessions. Now we will be having the lunch break, and because we are behind the schedule, we would like to apologize to shorten the lunch time, and we will request all participants to be back at 1 p.m. Jakarta time with the same Zoom link. Thank you very much and have a nice lunch.
Hello, Yuko-san. Yuko-san, hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm Priyanta here.
Yeah. I just want to know, are all our panelists are in for this session? From METI, we have Ms. Ogawa already here. Anyone from the organizer confirm whether our panelists are complete already for the third session? Yuko? You have a message, can you please let me know? Aceh is handling all presentations. Okay.
Hello, may we check if Mr. Enrique Lorenzo?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Who's this?
This is Ginta from the ASEAN Center for Energy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we will start the third stations in around 2 minutes.
Yeah. Can you please confirm how many panelists do we have in this session? Are we complete?
I think it's from
From METI, Ms. Ogawa is here.
Can we check with Japanese colleague? I think they joined togetherly in Tokyo in one account.
It's a Prakop here from กรุงศรีครับ
Hi, Prakop. And the other one is Yongyut
is already here.
Yeah. Wow, great to see
Nice to meet you.
Yo, so from ADB, we have from ADB is here.
Yeah, I am already here. Thank you.
So ADB is not Dr. Priyantra, is David.
Yep, I am here, Priyanta Vijayatunga from ADB. Sorry, let me change my.
Okay, your name is different, so
yes.
I was confused. Sorry about that.
Let me change. No, it's okay. No worries.
Okay, I just want to confirm whether who is the other panelist? And Meti, from Meti. Do we have someone from Meti? Trishana, is Arya from Meti? No, sorry. So Meti is not.
Japanese colleague. I think they're already here.
Okay, so fine. Good luck to all of us. See you in a bit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much and welcome back everyone. I hope you are all having a great lunch. Now I would like to continue with the next sessions. We will be having the last session, which is the third sessions. These sessions will be moderated by Mr. Enrique Florencio, the Secretary General of the Associations of Development Financing Institutions in Asia and the Pacific, or ADPIAP. And the session will be focused on the mobilizations of finance for decarbonization pathways. So without further ado, I will pass this session to Mr. Florencio to lead the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dinta, for the opportunity for the introduction. So I'm not sure if I can share my, can I share my PowerPoint? Just allow me a minute. Okay. Good afternoon once again. So welcome to the third session, the mobilization of finance for decarbonization pathways. But before we continue, please allow me to share with you the status of the Finanza group plans and activities, what we have achieved so far, and what's our plan for the finance group. For the activities of the group, we were able to have last January 11 a roundtable discussion, and the subgroup finance was introduced to some of our member DFIs, and we were able to gather more or less 20 member DFIs on that time. And there will be a second roundtable discussion this coming March 2 for the continuation of the discussion and the presentation of flagship projects. And we are hoping to finally draft the proposed solutions for implementation under the Finance Collaboration Roadmap. And with the discussions and with the first survey that we conducted, we were able to come up with These possible and proposed solutions in major collaboration pathways, and we identified 5 areas. In terms of building capacities, we're looking to conduct training for local FIs or financial institutions on priority technical areas. In terms of access to data information, we're looking at the establishment of platform for sharing of best practices of FIs, as well as the database establishment and linkages of suppliers, technology providers, and so on and so forth. And in terms of institutional support, we're looking at supporting the development of low carbon strategies companies and develop guidelines or guidebook on technical project evaluation and reporting tools and applications. In terms of implementation of pilot projects, we're looking at supporting the CEFIA flagship projects and identify and establish clean energy financing facilities and to establish database of successful financing mechanism. This CPF forum is another activity that we have included in our group, and today we have 4 institutions and we have 4 invited panelists to share with us their best practices and experiences in terms of mobilizing finance for decarbonization pathways, and we will proceed with that after this short presentation. We are also helping promoting transition project in the ASEAN, as we believe sustainable financing mechanism is essential to enable key actors transitions to low carbon energy. For financial institutions, we're looking at unlocking access to finance to grow lending and expand market while retaining good portfolio quality. We are also looking at enhancing brand value and reputation of financial institutions with this transition and contribute to climate change solutions and to be able to comply with regulations. For business, we're looking at the benefit from operational efficiency technologies. It will also enhance brand value and reputation. And if business would be able to embrace this sustainable financing mechanism, we believe that they will be able to access financing from different funding agencies and institutions, and that will be a contribution to climate change solution. And in terms of supporting FIs, we are looking at developing transition financing scheme for smaller scale infrastructure with technical assistance component and a financing mechanism with concessional rate feature or risk sharing arrangement. Another one is a preferential terms and conditions like longer tenor, lower interest rates, and innovative loan repayment schemes. We are also looking at developing eligibility criteria to target sectors and develop evaluation, monitoring, and reporting methods. In terms of supporting business, we're looking at business marketing opportunities, develop low carbon strategies, tools and methods to measure GHG emission reduction in projects, forge partnership with a reliable technology provider, and intensify capacity building to develop bankable transition projects. So, so far, these are the following activities and plans under the Subfinance Group. Now we come to the session 3, the mobilization of finance for decarbonization pathways. And as mentioned a while ago, we have different guests, panelists who will share with us and will present something for us. And I would like to start with our first speaker. Our first resource person will be sharing transition finance in Japan. We would like to call in the Deputy Director of Environmental Economy Office, Industrial Science and Technology Policy and Environmental Bureau, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan. Please welcome Ms. Ogawa Motoko. Over to you, Ms. Ogawa.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to introduce the recent move of transition finance at the third Government-Private Forum on the Cleaner Energy Future Initiatives for ASEAN, followed by my presentation at CEFIA last February. My name is Motoko Ogawa, Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan, or METI. I'm in charge of environmental finance at METI. I'm pleased to share our experience on transition finance. Since I talked last time, several actions have been made at the government side in Japan, and several companies started to raise money as a form of transition finance today. Next page, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. First of all, to realize the goals of the Paris Agreement, green initiatives such as renewable energy is very important. But it is not the only method to achieve the goal. We need to steadily move to lower carbon society using all available technologies today. There are hard-to-abate sectors who do not have zero-emission operational procedures as of today, because innovation has not been ready in technological or economic sense, and also energy mix based on geographical background. Companies in such sectors cannot immediately jump into the decarbonized society, but they are the ones who need investment to introduce less CO2 emitting technologies. Their investment amount should be huge. For green, such as renewables like solar power and wind power, green bonds and loans is a good tool to procure funds. This green finance has been expanding. Innovation is indispensable to achieve the goal of the Paris Agreement. Therefore, innovation finance such as government fund becomes a driving force. For companies in traditional stage, such as companies in traditional stage, there has not yet been a good financial tool to support their decarbonization so far. Transition finance plays an important role. Next page, please. Yes. Unlike green bonds and loan, transition finance is a new concept. Considering of the necessity of transition finance, we need to develop market environment for transition. We proceed with three-step policy on climate transition finance. Firstly, Japanese government, METI with Financial Service Agency and Ministry of Environment published the basic guidelines on climate transition finance in May 2021. Secondly, METI is formulating sector-specific transition finance roadmap. We publish roadmaps for iron, steel, chemicals, electricity, gas, and oil. We will publish ones of cement and paper and pulp by the end of March. Thirdly, METI started to subsidize model cases of transition finance last summer. So far, we have selected 8 good practices. Some have already raised funds. Others formulated a framework to start bond issuance and loan procurement. The uniqueness of the transition finance is strategy to net zero is required. That is, the adequacy of the use of proceeds is not the only element of judgment. Requiring those 2 elements is quite demanding, I can say. Next page, please. Let me brief on basic guidelines. The basic guidelines describe 4 key elements to be assured in transition finance. Number 1, companies need to have strategy to achieve the goal of the Paris Agreement and appropriate governance to practice such strategy. Number 2, core business activities are environmentally material. And number 3, pathways and targets based on companies' own strategy should be science-based. Finally, disclosure of the investment plan and reporting are crucial. The basic guidelines are consistent with the Climate Transition Finance Handbook published by International Capital Market Association, ICMA, in December 2020. ICMA is a group of international financial institutions and published several sustainable finance guidelines, including green bond guidelines. They are widely used in financial community. Key points of the basic guidelines are use of proceeds should be based on strategies. With regard to the third point, science-based strategies, internationally recognized scenarios such as IEAs, as well as NDC, and government directions, such as Japan's sector roadmaps, can be referred. External verification and assurance are recommended. Next page, please. This page is from our roadmap for iron and steel sector. As you can see, as of 2020s, best available technologies we can implement are energy saving and increase of efficiency. After 2030s, we gradually have innovative technologies in colored alloys, like hydrogen-based steelmaking of blast furnace and hydrogen-based DRI. You could also download the full report on below site. Next page, please. Yes, this is another page of the roadmap for iron and steel sector. In relation to the third point of science-based technologies, science-based strategies, many consulting experts of technologies and environment confirms that CO2 reduction pathway of the roadmap is aligned with the Paris Agreement by comparing with international scenarios such as IEA. Next page, please. Let me introduce actual transition cases starting in Japan. Two cases from our model projects. The first one is JFE Holdings. This is a major Japanese iron and steel company. They plan to issue transition bonds of maximum 40 billion yen in June this year. This is the first case in iron and steel sector worldwide. With regard to the transition plan targets, JFE committed the net zero by 2050 and reduction of CO2 emission by 30% by 2030. They plan to invest in innovative steelmaking processes, energy saving, manufacturing of eco-friendly products, such as electromagnetic steel seats for electric vehicles, and renewable energy system. It means JFE carries out energy saving using today's best available technologies, contribute to other sectors' reduction of CO2 emission with their products, and prepare themselves to switch to carbon neutral operation with super innovation. Another case is shipping. NYK Line is a major international shipping operator and Japanese operator. NYK issued 20 billion yen bond in July 2021 last year. This was the first case in the international shipping industry. NYK committed reduction of GHG emission by 30% by 2030 and net zero by 2050. Their pathway is certified by SBT, Science-Based Target. NYK invests mainly in LNG fueled ships. At the same time, they envisage switching to operate zero-emission ships by R&D of ammonia and hydrogen fueled ships. We hope the transition finance grows and it becomes a useful tool to help in reaching carbon neutrality. The cover page of the presentation shows that there should be many different routes to the summit by industries and by regions. Transition finance is a support to companies who climb the mountain. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ogawa-san, for sharing your transition finance journey. That's quite impressive and amazing. Your green growth strategy also is very inspiring. This time, we will move on to the next resource person, and we will listen to another perspective on the mobilizing finance for low carbon energy transition. And we are lucky to have in the room the Chief of Energy Sector Group from Asian Development Bank, Dr. Priyanta Wijayatunga. Over to you, Dr. Priyanta, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Enrique. First of all, let me say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you, wherever you are joining from. First of all, let me thank the organizers of CEFIA conference for me to join this session, and I'm really glad to be here. So what I will do, I will take you through quickly during this 10 minutes, the ADB's perspective on mobilizing finance for low carbon energy transition. Next one, please. I will split my presentation into these 5 different areas. First, I will look at key energy challenges in the Asia and the Pacific, and then opportunities and changing the energy landscape, and what ADB's energy portfolio is all about. Then, of course, I will introduce the new energy policy, which we approved last year sometime in October, just before the COP26, and ADB's clean energy projects, few examples to show the kind of things we are involved in. Next one, please. Among the key energy challenges in Asia and the Pacific, of course, one of the biggest challenges is continuous issues in terms of energy access. Roughly still about 350 million people without adequate supply in this region. And about 150 million people still have no access to electricity at all, which means no connections to the grid or to any source of supply. And then at the same time, about over 1.5 billion people without access to clean cooking, which is even more serious in the region in terms of energy, quality of energy access. And then energy security. When it comes to energy security, the International Energy Agency scenarios have suggested doubling of electricity demand in this region, Asia Pacific region, by 2040. We have to be ready to see how we can supply this, and it is expected the renewable energy investment could reach in the range of about $1.3 trillion annually by 2030. So that's an enormous requirements of investments, energy sector investments. And then environmental sustainability, as all of us know from the figures from various sources, about 50% of global carbon dioxide emissions come from fossil fuels. And approximately half of, there's 25% of CO2 emissions are from coal power generation. So what it means is that the battle against climate change will be won or lost in Asia Pacific and region, because we contribute so much to the CO2 emissions at the moment, and we will be very much in the future. Next one, please. Next slide, please. So when it comes to opportunities and changing the energy landscape, as you know, energy landscape has been changing exponentially over the last few decades, particularly in terms of falling costs of renewable energy versus conventional energy. Some time ago, we used to say that renewable energy is expensive, though cleaner, but now they compete very much with conventional forms of energy. And emerging new and innovative low carbon technology, that's another area where we have done quite well in terms of energy landscape. Then comes the global commitments. We have global commitments to universal access and climate action, as you know, Sustainable Development Goal 7, universal access by 2030. And then Paris Agreement. Through national determined contributions, we are bound by the Paris Agreement. And almost all of us have signed on to it. And then ADB's commitments. From our side, we have committed 100 billion of cumulative carbon finance by 2030 from our own resources. And at least 75% of our operations support climate action for the period 2019 to 2030. And on top of that, recently we have announced more ambitious plans for climate adaptation, and that also part of our commitments. Next one, please. If you look at the energy portfolio, this is kind of little exaggeration in 2021 because of the pandemic. Our energy financing has gone down almost to half of what we used to do. Typically, on average, in a typical year, we have about $4 billion worth of energy sector lending. Last year, if you look at this is how it is. Of course, the split or the composition in climate mitigation, climate adaptation, energy efficiency, and renewable energy may be very similar. But in terms of absolute numbers, usually this is about double when it comes to overall energy sector spending in ADB. And we have had 17 projects address climate change and disaster resilience last year. And if you look at the specific renewable energy investments during the period 16 to 2020, as you can see here, solar has played a big role, about $2.5 to over $1 billion, and then about $1 billion, $2 billion solar, and about $1 billion geothermal, and then somewhere around 735 wind power, and so on. So our renewable energy, contributions during the last 5 years have been pretty good. Next one, please. Now, when it comes to energy policy 2021 is actually the new policy which we revised 2009 energy policy, which was the last energy policy we had until last year, and it's based on 5 principles. The first, of course, the foremost, securing energy for a prosperous and support efforts to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy to all. So our focus is basically to make sure that the required energy services to all our developing member countries are provided through our energy sector operations. Of course, in parallel, we have to make sure building a sustainable and a resilient energy future, looking at environmental sustainability, addressing climate change mitigation, climate change issues, and build climate and disaster resilience in the energy infrastructure. This is in parallel, we emphasize quite a lot. Then, of course, supporting institutions. Without really supporting institutions, you cannot do any of these things. And looking at the investment requirements in the sector, we need to definitely improve private sector participation and encourage them to come in. Then good governance is extremely important for that to happen. So that's principle number 3. Principle number 4, regional cooperation. As all of us know, obviously, when you cooperate regionally, we will have more optimal solutions. And we will be able to share and improve energy security. We will be able to share our clean energy sources. And so regional cooperation and integration is very critical. That is our principle number 4. Principle 5, integrate cross-sector operations to maximum development impact. Obviously, it's not just finance, but knowledge, partnerships, and country-focused approaches will have to be combined to ensure that we finally get the best solutions to the problems we come across. Next one, please. So, if you look at the clean energy projects we have had during the last few years, I would like to quote 3 of them, and in fact 4 altogether. Financial intermediation loan in Sri Lanka. We have provided $50 million worth of a credit line for solar rooftop systems in the country and through local banks. And this has been already completed, actually well before the intended loan closing. And we are looking at even supplemental or the additional financing to supplement this credit line. The National Climate and Green Finance Facility in Indonesia, working with PTSMI, a national financing entity, to design $150 million green finance facility under the broader Sustainable Development Goal Indonesia One platform. That's the second, which we are heavily involved in. Then the private sector loan in Thailand, first project to integrate utility scale wind power generation with battery energy storage in the country. ADB provided long-term financing of $240 million. As you know, as a development bank, one of the things what we try to do is what others don't do, that is provide innovative, technologies to support innovative technologies, innovative financing modalities, innovative business models, and so on. So then, of course, ASEAN Green Catalytic Financing Facility, ACGF, supported by ADB. It's an initiative of the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund to accelerate green infrastructure investment in Southeast Asia, and provide ASEAN governments with technical assistance and access to over $1 billion in loans from co-financing partners. And then, of course, this supported the preparation of 100 megawatt Cambodia as an example, national solar park project. So with this, next one, please. I think I have completed my presentation. If you have any questions, please, raise it during the question and answer time. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Priyanta, for sharing how ADB helped in addressing key challenges on energy access, energy security, and environmental sustainability, and how you turn these challenges into an opportunity. Now, after the multilateral perspective, we will now proceed to a perspective from a financial institution who will share their best practices and lessons learned. We're lucky this afternoon. We have the first Executive Vice President and the Head of Corporate and Investment Banking Group and Acting Head of Investment Banking Division, Bank of Ayudhya Public Company, Mr. Prakob Pincharon. Mr. Prakob, over to you, please.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank you for having Krungsri here today. Okay. Let me just spend not more than 10 minutes, just share with you what Krungsri have been supporting ESG finance in Thailand. And I think in the panel discussion later, we're probably gonna dig down into more detail about what are the obstacles and what are the challenges. Let me give you some of the experience that we have in the past year. Next page, please. Next cup. Okay, so this time last year, as you probably recall, I also joined this CEFIA session. And in 2020, there was a phenomenal growth of the ESG financing in Thailand in terms of the green bond, social bond, or sustainability bond. So at that time, as you can see, ESG financing has been rising exponentially. And we thought that it's going to kind of slow down. However, I think last year, there was a new instrument in Thailand, so-called sustainability-linked loan and bond. And Krungsri and MUFG are fortunate to be able to support key customer through their ESG financing journey. So we hope that this year, 2022, this will be a good growth on top of what the market have achieved in terms of the ESG financing 2020 and 21. In terms of our working, I think we work with our parent company, MUFG, who hold about 80% in Krungsri very closely. And MUFG is very committed to ESG. And therefore, there's dedicated task force from MUFG in Singapore and Japan helping us from the sector perspective as well. So we'll be able to work with our colleagues, MUFG, in terms of leveraging those knowledge on ESG in each sector to our Krungsri strategic customer base in Thailand. And I think with that, we distinguish ourselves from competitors as a local bank who have limited access to international ESG expertise and also foreign bank who may have expertise, but they probably have limited balance sheet or activity in Thailand. So we've been able to continue to execute several landmark transactions in the ESG in 2021 as well. Next page. A quick recap on our journey. 2019, we issued social bond in Thailand called Krungsri Women Bonds. So the use of proceeds is, we were with IFC on this one. So thank you IFC on that. And we use the proceeds in terms of supporting the SME business that have women as a leader or majority as a woman. So that's still ongoing. 2020, capital market in Thailand has been grown exponentially with a Ministry of Finance. So thank you our PDMO, Public Debt Management Office, who capture the opportunities of the both economic and social needs so that they have to revamp the economy to support the ones who get infected COVID. So MUFG and Krungsri have been fortunate to be part of the ESG framework drafting and also issuing the benchmark bond, so-called ESGLB. Usually the name is LB, but we add ESG in front to be the dedicated benchmark bond for the government in terms of the ESG bond. And since then, the government has tapped such issue regularly to build up the liquidity. PTT also, we help them doing a green bond issuance. For Raj Group, this is related to renewable energies, which we help them issue bonds and use the proceeds to refinance the proceeds at the renewable projects in Australia. GPSC is a project related to solar and also waste to energy. 2021, another step up, remarkable year for the markets here, which we've been working with several issuers. I think prominent one is Thai Union, which we're going to listen more to them later on. They have gone through the ESG journey with us, both SLL sustainability linked loan, whereby there are many tranches in Japanese yen and US dollar for the Japanese markets, and also dollar and Thai baht in the local market. So they're quite interesting features in terms of the step down only for that sustainability linked loan. And with that, next step is to embrace the features into sustainability linked bond, which SEC, thanks to SEC regulations, who have come out in May 2021, and Thai Union quickly captured opportunities to issue the bond within July. And to confirm the success, they have issued another tranche in November as well. I'll leave Kun Yong Yut at Thai Union to share his perspective. Other transaction is SCG packaging on the sustainability link loan as well. That's 5 billion baht, which we are lending for SCG packaging on the BEM as well. And Toyota BEM is the underground and expressway concessionaire of the public transport here. And I think all these names have also received recognitions from the international award as well, like the assets. And Thai Union in particular have received the awards from the IFR just last week as well as a Thailand capital market deal. As you can see here, I think one of the point that I like to leave here, and we can discuss later on this page, is that most of these companies are leading companies in Thailand. And one of the opportunities we found is that these leading companies have embraced the ESG into their ESG financing. And even Thai Union itself, they also have set their own further goal in terms of more of the ESG financing portion to their overall funding. That's very pleased to hear. I call that one how to make sustainable finance sustainable, which I think we can discuss more in the panel discussion. I think the key challenge, on the other hand, is how to get most of the universities in Thailand in terms of the companies to do ESG financing following this leading company, which typically will be hearing about what's in it for me if I do ESG bond or green bond, how much cheaper I can get to the markets, can I get subsidy and things like that. But I think the bottom line that we try to communicate to them is that this would gradually be part of BAU. So we would really recommend the companies to start doing ESG financing earlier than later. Otherwise, they could be left out from the competitions and become not competitive in terms of the financing. Next page,ครับ. This just shows the graph of the bond issuance that has a very significant growth in 2020, as I mentioned. 2021 continued to grow strongly as well, and hopefully we expect 2022 to grow even further. Next,ครับ. I would just like to add our perspective from Khun Sri on this very successful transaction on Thai Union Group Sustainability Linked Loan from the bank perspective. As you can see here, there's a picture of our CEO, Khun Sri, picture of CEO of Thai Union, Khun Tirapong, and also importantly from Bank of Thailand. So Bank of Thailand, Khun Isra, and definitely from the governors, are very supportive of sustainable finance. The deputy governor is also one of the key push for sustainable finance, as he also participated in APEC forum end of last year during the informal sessions with the Group C representative as well, Khun Pornsanong. So the regulator have been pushing in terms of sustainable finance. I think the Thai SEC, as I mentioned, also pushing for that one. Ministry of Finance have also issued ESGLB. So now how to take it into the next step, how to make sustainable finance in Thailand sustainable. Some obstacle that we found from this one, and perhaps linked to sustainability linked bond, I think quite a few. But given all the team members and stakeholders would like to really achieve these transactions, we've been able to go through an obstacle. For example, I think one of the feature is on the step up and step down for the coupon in the SLB for Thai Union. In the SLL, we can manage to work to the step down only. In the loans, the problem is probably less because it doesn't reach out to the wider capital markets. But for the SLB, the second party opinion has been very stretched in terms of and very challenged in terms of the KPI setting, whether the ambitiousness, the robustness of the KPI set. Not only that the team have to clarify and overcome. Another aspect on the Bank of Thailand as well, whether this instrument SLL, SLB, especially SLB, are derivative embedded or not, which BOT Bank of Thailand have kindly clarified this point. That is not a derivative. Also, from an investor perspective, we also have to face the SPPI test on this sustainability linked bond when there's a step up or step down, whether it is really complied for the investor to hold to maturity. So all of that have been worked out quite nicely by all the parties, and we were able to get support from the key leading investor like government pension funds. We also many life insurance and also the national insurance in Thailand to support the transactions. I probably pause here first during first round, and would share more in terms of our experience in the ESG journey with the customer in Thailand. Thank you, Kap.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prakov, for that sharing, for sharing your ESG financing journey, which is also quite impressive. So from multilateral and bilateral perspectives, we will now proceed to the last but not the least panelists for this afternoon, and we will listen for the perspective of a project implementer. So we are lucky that we have the Managing Director, Group Treasurer, Treasury and Financial Services Department of Thai Union Group Public Company Limited, Mr. Yongyut Setabiwat. Mr. Yongyut, over to you, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Enrique. Good afternoon, good morning, distinguished guests. My name is Yongyut. I'm the Group Treasurer of Thai Union Group. So you listen from the financial institution. Now we move to the issuer of those financing. I will touch base a little bit on the company and then go to the sustainability and also the sustainable finance that we have done last year. Next, please. So before we move into detail, I just give you the overview of Thai Union first, just to you to understand who we are. Right? So Thai Union has operated in this seafood industry for 45 years. 40% of our portfolio is the ambient seafood, like those canned tuna, mackerel, or sardine can. That share around 40%, as I mentioned. Another 45% is the chilled or frozen seafood like shrimp, salmon, or lobster. And 15% go through pet food, especially from the raw material base that we have, like tuna for the cat food. And also ready to eat, ready to cook, and also the new frontier of the product that we want to expand our portfolio, like nutrition supplement, calcium from tuna bone, or collagen from tuna skin, or high rich of DHA or omega-3 from tuna oil, something like that. You know. Our global footprint, you can see from here, from upstream, the sourcing, we source the product around the raw material around the world, from different ocean, from different country, and then we produce from our factory, which also located around the world. We have main facility in Thailand and also in Seychelles, in Ghana, and continental Europe in some country, and also in US. And up to downstream, we have our own brand. You can see from here, we have brand that rank number 1, number 2 in the major market of our product. So that 60% of our ambient seafood we sell under our own brand, and we have 10 market with the number one brand market share. We have 14 countries for the product facility, and almost 90% of our revenue come from overseas. So that every year we receive the turnover is around $4.5 billion approximately. Next, please. We put high focus on the sustainability at Thai Union, so that if you recall back 6 to 7 years ago, Thailand and seafood industry had hard hit by EU and US. EU on those IUU, we got yellow card on the IUU is stand for illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, right? And from US on the labor, on the human trafficking. That's why the government of Thailand and the seafood industry is take those opportunity to revamp the whole process and also the rule and regulation. And at Thai Union, as the global seafood leader, we also want to set the standard for ESG. So that back to 2016, we set the program we call the Sea Change, changing seafood for good. Right? So that we set the target what we want to achieve by year 2020. Those focus on the sustainable sourcing, focus on safe and legal labor, and also the climate change. Next, please. And we achieve so many targets that we want to achieve by 2020, so that we extend the program to target to 2025 under the theme of healthy living, healthy ocean. Healthy living means that our product will focus more on how to make the health of our people improve, and also to focus on those nutrition, supplement, and the well-being of our people and consumer. And we also invest in venture capital who, try to have the technology for the food like alternative protein or cell-based protein, all of those that we can learn from the investment that we put on. And for the healthy ocean, for sure that we will extend our sustainability aspect into cover more sustainable sourcing, to cover the renewable packaging that we will put more focus, and for absolutely on the climate change. That come to next place last year. Next page, please. So last year, we want to synergize from those sustainability achievements that we have to the finance activity, and we want to take opportunity to communicate and to show our strong commitment that we have on sustainability to the financing that we have, so that we complete those 4 financing projects that Khun Prakop already mentioned. I will go a little bit detail later. So we call all of these financings as the blue finance, because those financing just go to the business that targeting to the benefit of the ocean and seafood as a whole. So that you can see from the pie chart, starting from 2020, all of our long-term financing, which is $1.4 billion, all of those long-term financing we borrow from the traditional finance. So just last year until the January of 2022, we convert from those traditional finance into sustainable finance, half of our long-term financing. And we also set the target to do more, so that we set the target to achieve 75% by 2025. And what we have done last year, you can see on the right-hand side, we issue a sustainable linked loan, 2 transactions, and also sustainability linked bond in Thailand, another 2 transactions. The detail I put here, and also Khun Prakop already mentioned to some of those products as well. So all of those we received the proceed of $840 million just in 1 year that we complete all of those transactions. And what we have done, we got recognition from major league in the market, like the IFR just provide us the best Thailand capital market deal, and also the asset just give us the best issuer and best deal in Thailand. And also we won award the product of the year just last year in Thailand from Business Plus magazine. So what we have committed on sustainability link is not the same as the proceed like ESG financing, right? The proceed use of proceed ESG financing, you need to have the project, and then you go to the bank provide financing to you, and then you need to track those use of proceed again those projects. But sustainability linked finance, you for the proceed you can use as the general corporate purpose, but you give the commitment how you want to or how you want to commit improving of those sustainability going forward during the life of those financing. Next page, please. So that we give our commitment to improve, at least we put 3 KPI that we want to commit with the lender, the banker, that we will do at least all of this, just to check on the KPI how we achieve all of those KPI, right? So that the first one is we give the commitment to the bank during the life of financing that we will be included in DJSI and will be ranked top 10 in DJSI Food Index. Currently, we are number 1 or number 2, but as you know that every year DJSI will come with the strengthening condition KPI, so that we set this as the top 10 in DJSI Food Index. And the second one on the carbon intensity, so that from the left-hand side, you can see that from 2016, we already achieved 28% reduction on the carbon intensity from the improving of energy efficiency, especially on the steam production and usage of the steam, right? And reducing electricity consumption, especially refrigerator system, and also promoting renewable energy like those biomass boiler, biomass from wastewater, and especially on the solar roof. Just we start the project from 2017 up until last year, we already complete 13 megawatt of the solar roof. And we still keep the commitment that we will reduce by 4% annually on the scope 1 and scope 2 carbon intensity over the life of the loan or the bond. And also now we are in the process to complete the scope 3 and also those SDG target and strategy that we hope that we can announce very soon on those ones. And the last KPI, the third KPI on tuna vessel with electronic monitoring, you all know that we lack of information on board, so that we ask our supplier, our fish vessel owner, to install electronic monitoring so that we can see what happened on the boat. On those information, we hope to get what species of fish, what the gearing they use, what the byproduct, fish that they have, and the condition of labor on board. So we hope that all of those information will help us in terms of setting the improving condition in terms of sustainable sourcing or the labor over the sea. And I just pause here so that we can discuss in more detail later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yongyut, for your sharing your blue finance journey and leadership, which is quite an achievement. So whatever initiatives in the first place, again, it always boils down with the leadership. So at this point, we're done with the presentation, and we're now ready for the Q&A and discussion points. And we have three discussion points here. And we would like to start with the first bullet is on the key drivers for development of bankable transition project. For this one, our first question is addressed to METI, Ms. Ogawa. There is a movement to promote finance taxonomy that seek short-term greening. What do you think is important for Japan in terms of financing to energy transition project?
Thank you, moderator. We are aware that EU and ASEAN and some other countries are formulating or formulated their taxonomies to promote green from financial side. And we respect any such efforts to encourage the greening of private sector. And we pursue transition finance. Transition finance is a more dynamic approach. The roadmap includes best practices, best available technologies, as well as innovative technologies, which are in the stage of research and development or demonstration today. This is because we should not narrow any possible method for decarbonization, as the goals of the Paris Agreement is an extremely challenging. And indeed, there are ways that we can lower the emissions of CO2. That is, they still emit CO2, but the emission can become zero with innovation in the future. While we encourage innovation, we should steadily reduce emissions, and we support such activities by transition finance. And I would like to talk upon the sustainability link, because actually all of the presentators talk on the sustainability link. So I would like to explain the difference or the similarity of transition finance and sustainability link. Actually, they are quite similar. Sustainability link encompasses ESG in general, including climate finance. Transition finance is limited to climate finance. And second point is transition finance have two types of financial products. One is a sustainability link, and the other is use of proceeds type. So sustainability link set KPIs for the companies to achieve. And in case of transition finance for the sustainability link, we ask the companies to have strategies. So the KPIs should be in the way of strategies, how it is connected. So the companies need to explain how these KPIs can be achieved with their strategies. And also they explain the governance. So their KPIs need to be actually achieved with the very, how to say, robust governance. That's the difference, or actually the similarity. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Based on that answer, can you please clarify and tell us the ease of use and merits of transition finance as compared to the green taxonomy from the perspective of a private company?
Actually, I introduced the case of JFE Holdings. So if possible, shows the slide of page 6 of my slides.
Okay.
Okay. But I will explain. Yes, if we look at the user proceeds of the JFE Holdings. Yes, thank you. That's one. The fourth bullet, renewable energy or biomass, geothermal, also and solar, may be eligible for in the EU taxonomy. And if a steel manufacturer does not engage in energy saving and improvement of efficiency and manufacturing of eco products, because they are not in the taxonomy and not recognized as sustainable finance, that's a shame. It may delay the emission reduction, although many companies can possibly take action. In hard-to-abate sectors, where the innovation technologies have not been commercialized, like iron and steel industry, energy saving plays an important role, as IEA suggested. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification. Now it's clear, especially for our audience here. Now let's move on to the Thai Union Group. Mr. Jongyut, could you please share your experiences and challenges in procuring finance for bankable energy transition projects implemented by your company?
Yes, so I guess we will have this question. So I also prepared a slide on this one. Can you show on this one? Right? In fact, Kun Prakop already mentioned for some point that shown on the slide. So that I will go through and try to cover all those, right? So the from the slide, can you show the slide, please? You can see the first one that we need to have the sustainability strategy and objective in place, right? So that this one is the most important in terms of the implementator or the issuer of the financing, right? If we don't have very stringent and also tangible sustainability target objective, when we go through those financing, we always got challenged by either banker or other, third party opinion, second opinion, right? So that having those ESG in place is the most important. And I would say that currently is not a plus anymore. It's a must that you need to have, right? And it's not motto or slogan that you just write and put on the wall, right? You need to have those strategy, those policy as the backbone of your business, and also you need to embed into our organization. And tone from the top is very important for us at Thai Union. It's come directly from the CEO back from day one, and then it's roll out to every department, so that every department will think about what they can do for the sustainability of the company, of the business, right? So that's the most important one for me. Secondly, I put here on the KPI, we talk specific on the sustainability linked financing, so that selecting the robust KPI and ambitious SPT is very important. In this case, the robust one is mean that it need to be material relevant and also measurable to your business, right? Ambitious, we compare with the history of our achievement, we compare with peer, we compare with the SPT, so that we need to come up with the KPI or SPT that has robust and ambitious, right? So that this process, we will have the second party opinion to challenge you. Yeah, so that you need to have those very strong sustainability strategy, right? And then more on the term and condition of the paper, so that Prakop already mentioned on some accounting, investment accounting rule and regulation, all of those, because this one is quite new for us, so that we need to get through all of those topics with the bank, with the regulator, and also other party involved, right? And also how to set the balancing, the risk and reward, For us, we think that we invest a lot already on the sustainability aspect, right? So that if we have only penalty by not achieving, it's not fair for us, right? So that we need to come up with those kind of financial conditions that work both for the issuer and the bank, and also be the fair KPI for both parties. So that this we go through the series of education, communication with the investor, just to lay out what we have done in the past, what achievement we already received, right? So that it will come to what the condition that we should agree together going forward. And then we need to identify strategic investor. We talk a lot that, currently financial institution put the focus on ESG investment, right? So that going to those banker, investor, and then talk with them to get the larger pool of liquidity is the target that we need to do to complete this kind of ESG financing. Right? So move to next one. I just lay out the key benefit that we have from the sustainability linked finance. Next slide, please. So you can see that we can connect our cost of debt to the sustainability strategy. So those two align together. We have involved in sustainable development as well. It's surprising that nowadays finance people talk on sustainability aspect with many teams. So that very new to our organization. Right? Even IT now they are talking about those kind of blockchain or what type of token that we can use in the blockchain. All of those is come to our discussion as well. And also we can demonstrate our sustainability commitment to the stakeholder, especially financial institution. And also we have the financial flexibility once in this case, because we use the sustainability link, so that the use of proceeds we can use for general corporate purpose. And lastly is deepen our relationship with stakeholder, especially with the bank, right? When they focus with ESG, so that we are talking in the same language, right? So that the benefit that we have in terms of ESG financing.
Thank you so much. It is now very comprehensive. Very well said, Mr. Jungyut. I believe our friend from Bangkok Payudaya would like also to share the experiences and challenges in financing bankable energy transition project. Mr. Prako, would you like to share something?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Enrique. This is clearly a very relevant question. And I think it's the key to make sustainable finance more sustainable. I think in Thailand, I believe that we have gone through the first step in terms of the green bond, social bond, sustainability bonds, and now it's go to link. Now, I think most of the company in Thailand would have to consider how to get the sustainable finance to help them through the transitions. And again, I think there are certain challenges that we all know about transition finance, which is still taking time for it to be launched in the same framework. But I think at the same time, as mentioned earlier, I think there are other paths like sustainability linked loan and sustainability linked bond. I think for me, the key driver, and I totally agree with Kun Yongyut, I think is a tone from the top, from the issuer. So from the many stakeholders, I think the most important would be the borrowers or the issuer, who really need to have a commitment as an organization from the top, not only on the finance team. I usually will find that when we talk to the finance team, the first question finance team asks that how much cheaper this fundraising going to be for me. But in fact, I think they should be thinking about embracing this ESG into their sustainable finance journey, like Thai Union. And once they do with the first one, second one, then they have to think about, certain percentage of my financing or funding would have to be sustainable finance. And that's the way to link all the objective of the organization aligned. So on the borrower side, I think the CEO commitment tone from the top is very important. And if I may add, I think typically what we found is that they try to set their KPI too easy to achieve. Okay, and that's because they think that if they do it, it's tick box for them already. And when they talk to us, then we involve international second party, into the picture. Now the KPI or the SPT have to be more ambitious and robust, and some of them just stop the projects. So from the borrower tone from the top, and I think the commitment must come together. From the bank perspective, our bank, I think we have to be able to now be an expert, to learn more about the ESG finance. We have to be able to understand how ESG finance apply to our customer in various sectors, because it's not only the power sector. There are many sectors that customer can do this sustainability link or transition journey. So we work with MUFG closely in terms of getting who is doing what in the other countries in order to put that, whether it's a telecom, whether it's a real estate, how do we educate ourselves and also have this journey together with the issuer. Thirdly, I think also important, I mentioned about second party opinion. And I think for Thailand, we still rely on international verifier or second party. But in fact, I think the governments try to set up local as well, but we only have one TRIS rating and the scope is quite limited. What happened is that there are certain gap between the local standard and the international standard. So this is something that I think that we need to find ways to work with our governments, Ministry of Energy or Ministry of Environment, in order to have more of such organization locally in Thailand, in order to have a roadmap what we should be doing in terms of this independent party to help us both borrower and also the banks going through this journey. And lastly, if I may just mention a bit, but I think it's education process, which I think Enrique, you have mentioned in your plan that we have to educate the financial institution, and that it should include the investor as well. We have a lot of local investors in Thailand who still do not really know ESG finance compared to various multinational investor like Krung Thai AXA or Prudential, who have invested in sustainability linked bond of Thai Union. And I think regulator have to really work closely together to push everything into the same direction. So I probably I pause there. I think Thailand have done quite okay so far, but I think there's so much to be done. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's very impressive. Now we now come to the second discussion, and at this point in time, we would like to listen to our panelists sharing lessons learned in collaboration with the borrower on achieving low carbon and decarbonization targets, such as sustainability-linked loan. For ADB, we would like to listen your perspective. What is the role of multilateral development banks in supporting low carbon and decarbonization of their member countries?
Thank
Dr.
you.
Priyanka.
Thank you very much, Enrique, for that question. In fact, as all of us know, all MDBs or multilateral development banks, including, of course, Asian Development Bank, we have committed to align our operations with the goals of Paris Agreement. And therefore, supporting member countries in their low carbon transition is, of course, a core part of our operations. And as I explained during my presentation, ADB approved the new energy policy to support mainly, centered around providing universal access to reliable energy, but focusing on low carbon transition. And of course, we all know some of our countries are still far behind in their decarbonization efforts, getting their plans in place. So that may be due to their budget constraints, particularly in light of COVID pandemic and other constraints came up. And so what we try to do from our side is to catalyze the low carbon development through whatever support we can provide. To recognize transition to a low carbon and ultimately net zero will require large investments, as you know. And these investments require a lot of private sector financing. And from our side, what we're trying to do is to bring in a range of financial instruments, the loans, guarantees, grants, and technical assistance to catalyze these investments, particularly to create enabling environment for private sector development and research and development, piloting certain innovative technologies, and try to assist replicating them within these developing member countries. And so in that sense also, one of the issues we have, as you know, is developing bankable projects. And we would try to assist these developing member countries to develop these, bankable projects and de-risk through our interventions and these various financial instruments we have. And in particular, you may have already noticed that we have, announced what we call energy transition mechanism, which is to help to decarbonize, energy sector, the coal power plants, to be decommissioned at a faster rate than what is already in place at the moment. And we try to help and bring philanthropies and other co-financing, other low-cost financing to make sure that kind of thing happens. And we have already, have first piloting already initiated in first steps in the Philippines and Indonesia. And we are trying to, hoping to expand this into other regions also. And as I said, we have already got commitments from the government of Japan and also philanthropies like Rockefeller Foundation to bring in low-cost financing or grants, so that can, facilitate faster, decarbonization, particularly involving coal power plants. So to conclude, banks like ADB have a very important catalytic role to play in accelerating energy transition and supporting governments. With that, I stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As a follow-up question, Dr. Pawante, how is ADB mobilizing clean energy finance and supporting financial intermediaries such as national development banks and commercial banks to accelerate investment in low carbon and decarbonization projects?
Yes, as I said, lack of bankable clean energy projects is a major issue. And in fact, ADB can help projects in early stage development to help de-risk so that the commercial banks can take up and set up facilities to aggregate fragmented project pipelines to achieve the scale needed to attract private sector investors. And also, we believe local financing institutions, including national development banks, are critical in channeling these funds. The example which I gave you was in Sri Lanka, the solar rooftop projects. We used these national banks to channel these funds from international institutions like ADB. And also during my presentation, I have shown that ADB has partnered, as I said, with national banks. One example in Pacific is that in Palau, we are working with the National Development Bank to set up a clean energy financing facility to initially focus on residential and solar and energy efficiency, related projects. In ASEAN, ADB is helping Vietnam, for instance, to reach its renewable energy goals even faster through, Da Ning, Ham, Tuan, Dimai hydropower, for instance, a joint stock company to attract blended financing for a 48 megawatt floating solar project. And, you see similar interventions using our own financing and private sector. And also we have some trust funds coming specifically meant for private sector. And we combine all these things to help develop the bankable projects and bring in financing. These are some of the examples we have, and I have a couple of more examples in Indonesia and even China to bring in, investments in low carbon development. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much for that. I would like to go back with Mr. Prakob. I think in your discussion presentation a while ago, in your sharing a while ago, you made mention on the borrowers, your experience also with the borrowers in achieving low carbon and decarbonization projects. Aside from what you have mentioned a while ago, is there anything specifically that you would like to share your experience with the borrowers? For example, is there a role for engagement dialogues in terms of helping to set targets, visualizing GHG emission reductions, etc.? Anything specific on this?
Okay, thank you. So probably I think I have briefly mentioned about this point. I think it's about the key to make the accessible finance really sustainable. So we need financial intermediaries who really understand more, not only the capital markets or the credit anymore. Now we need someone who really knows about sustainability. And what it means to us is that I think Krungsri is fortunate to have MUFG supporting us in terms of have such technical expertise. So we draw those expertise and work with our customer by sector. But I think for other local bank, this is the key missing piece that I think we should think about helping them in terms of fulfill the technical knowledge. And as always, the CEO sit in the middle. You have a finance guy calculating all the costs, and then you have the engineering team who always talk about all these technical terms. So when dealing with the verifier or the second parties, it's very difficult for the finance people to understand. So that's why I think on the borrower side, like Thai Union, during the process of doing sustainability-linked loan and bonds, to be honest, I think I myself just say, oh, why so difficult? Why so detailed? Do we have to know all this, so-called 1, 2, 3, and this is so new to the finance world. But in fact, it's something that we cannot deny. We have to embrace it and understand it. So I think the financial intermediary need to have knowledge on this more. Now, our DCM team, we have one person actually start writing the framework for the customer already. But I think that has to be more as part of business as usual, and I like to see that happening more with our colleagues in the financial industry as well.
Okay, thank you so much. So we now come to the third discussion, the identification of issues and specific activities for the establishment of a transition financing mechanism to create bankable transition projects under CEFIA. And this question is for all, addressed to all. Please share your opinion on specific opportunities, activities, actions to support the development of corporate decarbonization pathways and bankable energy transition projects. May we start with Mehdi, please?
Oh, thank you. Can I wrap up my comments? I was very impressed by the speakers of the panelists, and I could feel that the transition finance or sustainability link is happening in ASEAN area as well. And what is important here is we should share all the experience and what we have done so far, because this is a new area and we still do not have much knowledge there. So this is quite how to say, very precious information that we learned today. And from Japan side, we can share the roadmaps. This includes all the technologies that we can take in each sector, and the technology we can take in the future is quite similar in any areas, in any regions. So we can share these roadmaps. And I also share the experience that the external opinion providers, as the other panelists mentioned, external opinion is very important, and we have the Japanese external opinion provider as well as the international providers, and they are actually accumulating all the knowledge and information on transition finance, because transition finance is more based on technology information as well. So they need to have more information from the companies, and their level is increasing in Asian area as well. So we can share those experiences as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now let's listen from ADB's perspective, please. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Enrique. Again, as all of us know, governments have already, have been setting up very ambitious targets for decarbonization. But however, we have to translate all these into finally the policies and regulations. That's very, very important. And as I said, there is also a very limited number of bankable renewable energy and energy efficiency projects in the region. And that's one of the major, challenges we face. So broadly, we believe in few steps needed. One thing, of course, the government should set clear policies, strategies, and targets. That's very, very important. And then there will have to be an institutional structure. Of course, there are institutions in all these countries, but they may not be able to coordinate. They may not be coordinating very well. So the institutional structure for this decarbonization, low carbon growth will have to be clear and properly in place. And that's very important. And then, of course, the third step is to remove barriers such as inefficient energy subsidies. Of course, as you know, inefficient energy subsidies is a major fossil fuel subsidy is a major issue, major hindrance to low carbon development. And we should have a level playing field. And the other is, of course, fourth step is to stimulate investment from public and private sector in clean energy technologies and projects that through tax and incentives and regulations. And we should use as much as possible sovereign investments, sovereign interventions to catalyze and leverage more private sector investments, particularly because we have an enormous task to attract huge investments in this sector. And the last, the fifth step is to enable regional cooperation. So regional cooperation will bring in a lot of good things to the whole region and more optimal solutions and sharing knowledge, sharing infrastructure, sharing energy sources towards a more low carbon development. So these are all these steps cannot, of course, in all this we need to keep in mind the innovation always. We should innovate. We should move, leapfrog wherever it's possible, using whatever available today in other countries, and change our behaviors so that we move towards these low carbon developments faster. So these are some of our thoughts from our side, and institutions like ADB obviously will help through our policy dialogue on a regular basis with our developing member countries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Priyanta. And now let's listen from Thai Union Group. Your opinion on specific opportunities and activities?
Yes, actually, when we, as the private sector, right, we always talk about cost and benefit. So that, when we talk about sustainability, at the beginning, always talk about the cost of implementing all of this project, right? So I think the knowledge sharing or the use case that already success and can have the cost saving, all of those sharing should encourage all those companies to think more on this direction, right? Just for example, the solar roof, if we can prove that, hey, you put investment from year one, you will earn within not many years to pay back, right? All of those cost analysis and benefit from doing those sustainability projects will be highlight. It's not only cost, right? We need to show the benefit also that they will earn as the long-term improvement, and also Priyanta already mentioned on the financing or funding to support all those projects, right? If we can join hands between those funding provider, either government or bank or ADB, and to support this kind of the project, and just to let them know in advance that where they can find the funding, right? So that can help a lot in terms of moving from not complying to comply with those sustainability target, right? And my point may be on another aspect on the supply chain as well. When we do ourselves or set the plan for ourselves, right? Now we are into like the carbon target, right? We are setting the scope 3. Which means that we need to look at the whole supply chain. And now the question comes to us that if the supplier, which is the SME company, they want financing, how we can help them, right? So that I think on this aspect, we might need to talk or work with the bank or other funding provider closely. We can, link with those project funding need to the business flow and to improve the credit risk to the funding provider, like, to put the receivable as, collateral, or to put those collection through the bank, whatever, right? So that the funding can go directly to those SME company so that they can have fund to do those projects. And once they do the project, it serves our purpose, right? So that I just put here as my thought. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Mr. Jungyut. And now let's listen from the Bank of Ayudhya, your opinion, specific opportunities and activities.
Okay, thanks very much. I guess probably I echo previous speakers, and I think this is a session that we probably need to continue to do more. This is a great information sharing. I also learned a lot from this session as well. But I think with this COVID situation, perhaps it hasn't been done enough. The sharing is very important because we are at the beginning of the transition finance journey. And I think a lot of companies need to go through this. So when we share the success, we share the challenge, it's going to help improving our transition finance journey together quicker, because we are racing against time. So instead of having one country try this and another country try this, so the best is to have continue improvement. You may call it agile in a new way of finance guy working. It's going to be agile while the regulators sitting together, putting some trend or some guideline. They should be hearing from the stakeholders, not only everyone, borrower, banks, and verifier, in terms of this experience, this guy experience in many countries. So I think that's very helpful, and not only on the regional level, but also on the country level, which I must admit that in Thailand we don't really see enough as well. I like to see perhaps if you can help us on the broader original perspective to help push each country having this kind of a session to share more in order to help find solutions. And I think it's very interesting word on innovation as well that ADB mentions. I think we got to be innovative about this, and I think we got to be able to work together finding solutions so that our transition finance journey can move quicker, because we are racing against time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. There's a lot of questions here, but in the interest of time, we'll just pick only one as our final question. And those questions or anything that you would like to ask our panelists, just send to the organizer. We will consolidate this, and we will send to each of the panelists here in the interest of time. So for the final and last question, this again for all of you. We will go back again with you, Bangkok Pashidaya, and next is Thai Union Group, ADB, and Petty. In your view, what should be the role of the government in enabling greater investment from private sector in low carbon and decarbonization projects? Bangkok Pashidaya.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Okay, in your view, what should be the role of the government in enabling greater investment from private sector in low carbon and decarbonization projects?
Oh, thank you for the question. Great question. And I guess I mentioned about this in the previous CEFIA conference. I think the government should come up with a real roadmap. Okay. Now, of course, there are COP26. We want to do this, to do that, but how to get there? What's your execution plan? What contributed the most of the greenhouse gas emissions or carbon emissions? How do you really prioritize that? And then for each of the sector, how do you plan to involve various agencies in order to educate relevant parties and take action? And to me, that's very important, because each party now are trying to do their own part, but at the end, it may contribute very small to the country and to the world. So I think each government has to really seriously think about prioritization of what is really going to help each country speed up the journey of this ESG financing faster. What are the focus? And then all these government agencies have to work together really closely in terms of how to make that happen. You may talk about subsidy, you may talk about special pricing, etc. To me, I'm not a believer in terms of short-term subsidy. I think it's probably happen if you need it, it's just to simulate or get people familiar with the process. To me, how to really convince all the stakeholders to put this as a top priority, prioritize it and make it happen. Because otherwise, no matter how we do this, 8 years from now, 2030, we wonder we work so hard why we earn so little of the achievement. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let's listen from the Thai Union group.
Yeah, I echo his point, right? The first one, the government need to have very clear, objective, strategy, and pathway for all concerning people, how they can move, right, in different industry. They can use those information, like maybe present what industry, how they should set the target, right? If we have those targets, at least we are rowing the boat into the same direction, right? And we see clearly what the target that we want to achieve, right? So that the most important thing, and just to support those as well, right? On those to support financing, to have the tax to support them, and most of the case also you might need to look at the smaller player like the SME, how you can help them, right? So that will be the point that I think the government can provide the support to achieve this target.
Thank you so much. What about ADB? Can we go back?
Yes, Enrique. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much again. As I mentioned in my previous answers, also during the presentation, government can play a very important role, again, setting enabling policies and regulation. That's the biggest role of the government. And also provide incentives, to bring in private sector financing particularly. And also one important point I want to make at this stage is that usually when it comes to low carbon development and decarbonization, we always tend to forget the important and a huge role energy efficiency can play. We always concentrate on renewable energy and all the developments related to renewable, but not so much on energy efficiency. Energy efficiency is a huge area where we can play or reap benefits from immensely. And of course, you all very well know Thailand has been a leader. And of course, developed countries like Japan, Korea, and the US, they have been quite big leaders when it comes to energy efficiency. Thailand, I can remember, even during my bachelor's days, Thailand used to be a big leader in energy efficiency initiatives. So I think energy efficiency is key. And the governments can play an immense role in getting energy efficiency off the ground and put in more and more effort on energy efficiency. These megawatts will eventually help a lot towards bringing in low carbon development. This can be through, by example, by government itself adapting its own policies related to energy efficiency equipment and so on within government institutions, and then incentivizing those mandatory bringing mandatory standards and regulations to standardize things like standardized labeling and so on, energy efficiency equipment. And so I think in that sense, ADB work very closely with some of the countries, very closely to bring, and with some donors to increase investment in this area. And particularly in places like India, we have a huge, intervention with Energy Efficiency Services Limited. And I think that's a way forward. And so overall, a government has a huge role to play. And I think in that, I think energy efficiency should be brought to the forefront. And we should really look at energy efficiency as a huge area where I should put in a lot of efforts. And it's low-hanging fruit when it comes to decarbonization. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Enrique.
Thank you so much for that. We all agree. And last but not the least, let's hear from Matty.
Thank you. Actually, the representatives from Thailand talk about the pathways and roadmaps, and ADB talk about the importance of energy efficiency. I fully agree with those points, so I have to say something else. Then I talked about innovation. So innovation is also important to actually achieve our roadmaps. So how can we do that? Then Japan set up the Green Innovation Fund in Japan, and that is the subsidiary for the companies who engage in research and development of innovation. So this is a 10-year support to those companies, but that fund is not enough for the entire investment of innovation. So during the term of subsidiary for 10 years, the company should develop their research and development to demonstration. So if the stage of those innovation moves forward, like demonstration and commercialization, that can be supported by private fund as well. So that is the hope we consider. So during by government support of subsidiary, the innovation goes to more realistic tool to achieve the carbon neutrality. So then the private finance can play more role to support those technologies.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for sharing your time, your expertise, and we had a very good discussion and presentation. And at this point, allow me to again go back on my slides because I have some prepared something for the summary of this discussion and based from the presentations that you have submitted. So please allow me, just very short. In summary, CEFIA can lead a robust program to promote transition project finance by strengthening cooperation among the network through forging partnership with the financial and non-financial sector, as well as leading collaborative work with the public sector. Partnership work with the financial sector can be on human resource development, promotion of pilot flagship projects, and the financing of business model. Continued sharing of FIs, best practices through a knowledge sharing platform, which we were discussing a while ago. The development of innovative mechanisms that can be accessed by FIs is an important area to consider for collaborative work with the financial sector. A good business model should include the participation of the business sector or local enterprise and an FI offering a dedicated financing facility for transition projects. Financing shall include specific eligibility criteria and impact indicators such as GHG emission reduction, which can be accounted for, measured, and reported. The financing facility can potentially offer preferential terms such as longer loan tenor and interest rate lower than what is being prepared in the market today. And lastly, partnership with the business sector can be on capacity building for developing bankable projects, awareness raising on latest trends, and on low carbon projects and business matching opportunities. So thank you so much again for joining us today, this afternoon, and hopefully you have learned many things for our audience with this discussion. And thank you so much and good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Enrique, and the colleagues.
Thank you so much. Keep safe.
Have a great time.
Have a great day.
Thank you so much for Mr. Enrique Florencio for the great moderations, and also thanks to all speakers in session 3 for the insightful presentations and also fruitful discussion, including the excellent summary. We learned so much on these sessions, especially on the mobilizations of finance for the clean energy development. And also we hope that it can bring insight to all participants here. Now, we will be having a short break for 5 minutes. It's 14:42 now, so we will back at 14:47. Thank you. Welcome back, and thank you so much. We would like to thank you again for all the moderators and speakers for the great discussions from the session 1 until session 3, and we hope we can get the fresh insight to move forward with our plans for CEFIA. So before the wrap-up and closing sessions, please allow me to welcome my colleague, Mr. Rizky Aditya Putra, the Senior Officers of the 5 departments of ACE, to brief us on the updates on the CEFIA mission statements. Mr. Rizky, the time is yours.
Thank you much, Linda, for the introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now, please allow me to provide you updates on the CEFIA mission statement. And to provide you a brief background, this mission statement is outlining the key purposes, directions, as well as activities of the CEFIA. And this statement is basically a non-legally binding and has no financial obligations to the member states. And the development of mission statements itself was initiated during the first CEFIA forum, which was held in Manila, Philippines in 2019. And since then, currently the consultation process in seeking the feedbacks, inputs from the ASEAN+3 member states is currently ongoing, including through the consultation with senior officials meeting on energy +3 with China, Japan, and Korea in 2020 and also 2021. And the consultation itself is expected to be concluded within this year, and it is expected to be further recommended to the SOME+3 for further endorsement by the 19 ASEAN+3 Ministers on Energy meeting this year. And this concludes my presentation to provide you the updates on the CEFIA mission statements. Thank you so much. Back to you, Dinta.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rizky. So we now have come to the end of this forum. So to close this forum, I would like first to call Dr. Nuki Agia Utama, the ACE Executive Directors, to deliver the wrap-up, including the closing remarks for today's forum. Please, Dr. Nuki, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Dinta. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the ASEAN Center for Energy, again, we'd like to thank for the Energy Commission of Malaysia for hosting this prestigious discussion on the third CEFIA forum, as well as the support of the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, METI, Japan, and the great assistance of Mitsubishi Research Institute for the arrangement of this forum. We all know that today is very insightful and productive forum. We start with a brief launching of the CEFIA Project Management Unit and its background presentation by ACE and METI, especially on the overall CEFIA initiatives. We had also a total of 3 excellent sessions, which is the first session we have seen the notable progress of CEFIA Flagship project, which include the Renke control, zero energy building, and also microgrid. We noted that great potential of Renke control initiative that is being led by JETA for the energy consumption and carbon dioxide emission reduction in the industrial sectors through operation optimization. And we look forward to the development of demonstration projects to further the effort in achieving the ASEAN energy intensity reduction target. We are also looking forward to collaboration with JASE-W in the implementation of the Zero Energy Buildings initiative in the region, including efforts to disseminate and promote ZEB in ASEAN, especially among private sectors. We also noted the innovative wind energy technology from Challenge Energy in renewable energy hybrid microgrid technology demonstration project, which is currently being demonstrated in the Philippines. Moreover, we also welcome the new proposed flagship projects for the iron and steel industry and look forward to the realization of concrete and tangible initiative. Moving forwards, we would also like to encourage CEFIA Flagship project to explore the possibility of visit to the project sites through the utilization of digital technologies such as virtual reality to facilitate a wider reach and better dissemination of best practices and technology transfer to the ASEAN member states. In the session 2, we also explore the development of CEFIA collaboration roadmap and possible contribution of CEFIA in the implementation of the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation. And during the discussion, we noted that CEFIA will bring positive impacts in supporting ASEAN in implementation of APEC Phase 2. Our speakers coming from Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand have enlightened us on their plans, including intensifying RE and ENC program through public-private partnership, and have shared their expectation for the upcoming activities under CEFIA towards accelerating energy transition in the region. We also look forward to the development of CEFIA collaboration roadmap up until 2025 in supporting the implementation of APEC Phase 2, which will consist of 3 components such as visualizations, finance, and flagship program. We also hope that CEFIA could continue to serve ASEAN as a platform for international cooperation and accelerating energy transition, strengthening energy resilience in the region. In the last session, together we had a productive discussion in mobilizing finance for decarbonization pathway and gain knowledge from the perspective of financing institutions, both local and international. We have grasped some insight from the excellent panelists on how to collaborate for development of bankable project pipeline. We also look forward to seeing the value of transition finance, which provide finance to broader industries for their transition to more sustainable society. And moving forward, CEFIA can contribute to creating a nexus among the public sectors, private sectors, and financial institutions within the region. Again, we would like to thank the Energy Commission Malaysia, METI, and MRI, including all the moderators, speakers, and panelists of the forum, and also ACE colleagues for the participation today. And we hope that we can continue our dialogue to create more tangible activities under CEFIA moving forwards. I wish you all stay safe and healthy. And we'll see you on the next CEFIA next year, and hopefully it's going to be face-to-face meeting. Back to you, Dinda. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nuki. Now, may we call Mr. Abdul Razib Daud, the CEO of the Energy Commission Malaysia, also as the host of today's forum, to give us the closing remarks. Please, Mr. Daud, the time is yours.
Thank you. On behalf of this Ministry of Energy, Malaysia, and also on behalf of Energy Commission, we would like to thank the co-organizer, METI, as well as ACE for your persistence and dedication to follow through until this organization of this event, and all ASEAN member states in the spirit of ASEAN cordiality to support these activities and to reap the benefits of this forum. We all recognize that energy sector is very crucial in post-pandemic economic recovery. Therefore, our hope in future programs, the implementation of the Cleaner Energy Future Initiative for ASEAN, CEFIA, collaboration roadmap, which will incorporate all elements of energy resilience, energy transition, transition finance, energy intensity reduction, climate change, energy database, technology, innovations, renewable energy grid integration, and energy efficiency, conservation practices will all be beneficial to all ASEAN member states and ASEAN as a whole. We noted that CEFIA collaboration roadmap can really support and complement the implementation of activities under the APEC Phase 2 in achieving its targets. We believe that the CEFIA forum is a good starting point to identify the common goals among ASEAN member states to enhance energy efficiency as well as renewable energy and facilitating energy transition as the pathway toward low carbon society. We want to encourage the identification of key stakeholders and areas of collaboration to support the deployment of clean and sustainable energy towards achieving a lower carbon pathway. Stakeholders from the private sectors, government, academic institutions, and financial corporations to collaborate and endeavor towards becoming a decarbonized society. The following are key takeaways from today, the third CEFIA forum. CEFIA PMU has been officially launched. Congratulations. And CEFIA's contribution to APAIC Phase 2 will be through the visualization of the climate impacts, finance, and flagships projects. Energy transition strategy is fully aligned towards international cooperations. International cooperation can further complement energy transition efforts in the ASEAN region toward realizing a sustainable future. With that, I would like to end my closing remark. Thank you very much to all, and stay safe to all of you. Thank you, and selamat petang.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abdul Razib Daud. Now, before we end this forum, can I ask all the speakers and also panelists and also all organizers to open their camera to have a group photo? May we request the participants from Japan can also to turn on the video. Ms. Shahira, could you assist us on this photo session?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shahira, and I will help in taking the picture. So in count of 3, in 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, I'll take another one. In count of 3. In 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. Again, on behalf of ACE, we would like to thank Energy Commission Malaysia for hosting this meeting, and also thank you for the Ministries of Economy, Trade, Industry, or METI Japan for the continuous supports, and for all the organizers, all moderators and speakers, and also participants who have joined today's third CEFIA forum. We hope that this forum can give insights and also strengthen our collaborations towards sustainable clean energy future. Also, for your kind informations, after this session ends, there will be a post-evaluation survey. We would like to encourage you to fill up that survey, as it will help us to improve our works for the next forum. Thank you so much, and see you on the next fourth CEFIA forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.